Alright, folks, welcome back. It is day 48, keeping this streak alive. Once again, MAKU desu, konnichiwa, yokoso. So yesterday, we learned the second half of Unit 9, just an exposure. Didn't get to do the practice because we're kind of like at this odd part. So we did review the first half of the stuff, so the chores related stuff, and then got a taste of what was considered as say what you want to do, and that translated to the volitional form. Let's try to do our total recall today. As per usual, day 1 and day 2, when I'm exposing things, I typically think of the kana and the sound or the kana first, and write the English simultaneously. So let's see what we can recall. And we'll try to recall the first half too. Some from the first half. Okay, let's get into it. Niku. I think we saw that once. Niku. Although kind of already familiar with Niku, right? Hikoki. Hikoki. Dion. This is a loose one. Occurred once too, next to Dion. Dion was next to something like Dolchian or Do. Middle kana is missing. Do something or do chu n, something like that. So this is weak. Zoo. We have day being used as a preposition. Nani being used as nani. Shashin. Lots of locations and nouns we had prior. Ansu as a new location. And then this is a combination of last unit and this unit. Fransu Ryori for food. Or the last half. From 2 days ago. Location, nouns, adjectives? No. Oh, we do have a time element. Daigetsu. Yeah, Daigetsu. Daigetsu. I think. Daigetsu. I'm specifically only thinking about nouns and adjectives right now, or other parts of speech outside of the predicate. I made a special place in my mind. Hey, dang. I made a special place in my mind where I sort all the predicates. So we'll do the predicates later. Anything else I recall? Yeah, they really reinforced a lot of older vocabulary into the new structure. I'm doing pretty well, Paul. How are you? I think that's it for now. There weren't too many. I think they used a lot of locations we've done before and a lot of objects we used before. And now let's do the predicates from that were involved in this. So the one that I remember is shashin. So you're currently doing your Japanese Duolingo just as you, but I'm not at your level yet. No worries. Keep it at it. Keep at it. That's so awesome. I'm glad to hear. I'm glad that you're doing it alongside with me. That's pretty cool. I think overall most of the people are over Duolingo, so it's pretty sweet to hear another person coming along for the ride. Where are you currently, Paul? So for shashin is I'm gonna say toru. So this is our new one, toru, and it's to take. It's introduced as to take, like a to make, maybe to take or to make a photograph. Not quite sure yet how flexible toru is. So it's introduced in the volition. So we have the volitional tense now. So torimashou is the phrase. It was only introduced once. And then at something, so associated with being at something, we were introduced with au, and in the volitional form was aimasho. And then we had all our other predicates like shimasho, nomimasho, tabemasho. Lots of volition stuff, which is awesome because this is technically the first official new tense. I'm still waiting on them to officially introduce the negative polite tense, and we got to make sure it's polite volitional. And then polite negative tense was not introduced yet. It was teased. Arimasen is the only polite negative tense that we've had. Well, technically, it's a special case. Janai desu is a special case, so we're not gonna lump that. I'm not sure how they're gonna do the whole conjugation introduction of des and how it relates to janai desu. So these are the two, and then let's review. Okay, let me recall the day before because that's a little bit tough. You're currently in the middle of section 1, unit 2. Section 1, unit 2 is... what are you learning in unit 2? It's either greetings or food, right? Oh, it could be... like transit or movement. Oh, introduce yourself and order food and drink. Nice, nice. Yeah, that will come back for a long time. I do like the way Duolingo builds, so hold on to your hats. Still using those same food words and drink words all the time. The introduction one, that one can be I would probably encourage anyone to keep reminding themselves, like, hello to yourself. Say hello to yourself here and there, because greetings and leaving is something that doesn't come up too often, since they don't have contextual conversations yet for a long time. You're writing French food as in French citizens. It's cool to see it from the other person. Oh yeah, so they introduced you're going to get countries soon. Like in unit 3, I think that's when they do countries, and the first countries you get are Burajiru, Igirisu, Nihon, of course, America, and then a few cities. Oh, Canada. So, and then you get like the few cities, Toronto, New York, kind of like that. And then they slowly throw in more and more countries as the locations and stuff comes up. So then you get things like Vietnam, which Vietnam, Malaysia, Australia, and stuff. And just this one yesterday, I got Fransu, and then Fransu got the word for food, so they added Fransu Riori, and that's where the French, sorry, that's why I say France food. It's actually French food, right? But it's two separate words. You get France and food as French, or that type of thing, the Japanese thing, where they modify from the word itself. So pretty cool. You progressively get more and more countries, progressively more and more different weird enunciations, or different enunciations as you go. Yeah, so it takes a while to get France. China was last unit. No, China was 2 units ago. China and Korea, 2 or 3 units ago, along with Vietnam. And then 1 unit ago was Australia. Filtering them in. We didn't get Deutsche. Deutsche is Germany, which I already knew from other sources. So no Germany yet. Do we get Spain? No Spain. Ikirisu is one of your first. It's UK, or the British, Britain. I wonder how exotic they're gonna go. What I mean by that is, I wonder how non-touristy, or the less used, like the more hidden gem countries and stuff. I mean, they did get Malaysia. Not to like prioritize anything, but generally Duolingo has this way of basing most things on frequency, like how frequent things happen. So it's not about being better or good or who's more important, but generally based on frequency. That's probably how they're tiering the learning the country use, based on frequency. More people, higher frequency, right? Okay. Now let's do the unit before. So the unit before, I mean this section right here. What can I remember? Gardeningu. Gardeningu. Oh, since we're doing predicates, I gotta remember the predicates we had from this unit, which I promptly forgot. So, we have uchi ni kairimasu is the phrase I was trying to remember contextualize. So, return home. This is specifically return home because uchi. However, return. And then there was one more. There's two in it. I needed to remember in the context of ni haidimasu, and it's loosely being used as take. However, it's kind of, oh no, not take. Like change. I'm gonna say like change. It's kind of like change into. Is what I'm gonna use it for now. Change into. Hey Jamie. Hello. Hello Jamie. What am I doing right now? I'm doing my beginning total recall from what I've learned previously. So memory test. Memory quiz for every stream. So that was ni harimasu from two days ago. Okay, let's rattle some of these off. Or chores, right? Kaji, chores. Another word that I had to remind myself yesterday because it was loose was shikoto, work. Taihen, stuff. These we remember. Tanoshi, fun. Yasumi no hi, sure, days off. Rattling some off here. Torechi is pretty good. We already went over Ryori. Oh, which I do remember something here. From days off. Ryoko. I think it's Ryoko trip. When I thought about days off and break. Let's see. Scrounging. I do. Yeah, go for it. Yeah. Add me and I'll mutual you right after my total recall session. I'm gonna draw a little reminder here. Okay. And it's the same name. Same name. Let's see. Oh, Ato. Why am I drawing a blank on this? Shitote? Shiteo? Shiteko? No. Asoshite? Shito? Okay, I have another weak one. Then. We'll throw then on there. It'll probably come to me at some point. So we have two weak ones right now. Let's throw in some more stuff like Solji. Sentaku. Oh, thanks. Oh, thanks. I'll get there in a sec. Sentaku. Oh, I don't know which one this is part. Oh, it's probably this the 2 days ago. Ofuro. Bath. Which is where this... Oh, no. This is not the predicate change into. That's actually a different thing that I'm thinking of. It's not that. Ni hairimasu is get into, or something like that. Like it's kind of like the idea of getting into something. So bath is the one. I think ofuro ni hairimasu. Yeah, something like that. I'm gonna have to see it again. We're getting into the practice region, so we'll see more context. It only came up once or twice. Predicates are getting rarer and rarer. There are obviously more predicates that are commonly used for many things than this one so far, and even toru, which was introduced yesterday. There are so much more between these units. Each of these units are blasted with so many interesting things I can think of. I think that's okay. I think we're pretty good. What was the kanji for this section? Oh, the kanji was shopping. Taimono. Oh, I totally forgot. Well, technically we got another kanji. Au. Although it's not added to the section, so I'm a little sad. Just a little sad. Au. Au was added. Or Au was introduced. Do I know what it looks like? Sort of. We've only had it yesterday once or twice. Or no, like 6 or 7 times because of meeting at places. Happened quite a lot. There are so many more from the chore section, but I think that's okay. This is pretty good. I was thinking these would flow out of me a little bit more than this. I want to throw in like another word. Oh wait, there is another word. Why do I see this word and I don't know what it means? That's weird. First time I've seen the kana, but I don't know what the word means in English. Well, not really first time. A few times. It's Byochkan. It's like yeah. Biju. Oh no, it's Bijutsukan. I remember making a comment yesterday that it reminds me of hospital. So it's probably like a building. Bijutsukan. Wow, that is the first time okay, so we'll just call it Bijutsukan. That's the first time I've thought of a kana, and I have no idea. I'm loose on the English. What the heck is Bijutsukan? We'll know soon enough. It might be oh, and then now I know another word. Only this time I don't know the kana. Plaza. Oh, this is getting good. This is getting good. We're really digging now. Digging. I keep bouncing back and forth. I just thought of another one. Oh, there is another predicate in this one. It's te tetsudai. Tetsudaimasu. Tetsudaimasu. Yeah. Tetsudairu, maybe. Is to help. That's the one we forgot. That's the predicate, the big one. Yeah, I think that's good enough. Good enough. We already spent like 20 minutes. That's good enough. Brainstorming from Total Recall. Lots and lots of things we've learned in the last 2 days, as per usual in the unit. Keeping all these tracked. This part is, of course, again, one of the hardest things to do because this would be long-term storage, right? We're talking about long-term memory here, and that's only over the course of 2 or 3 days. Long-term memory needs to be reinforced quite a bit. Short-term memory is going to come into play when we do lessons. I obviously know way more than this. However, this is relying on nothing. It does not rely on anything that's assisted. And then when we get into lessons, everything will make sense because you have context clues and something to go off on. Usually this part is the most difficult, but I'm using my own context clues. So if I remember shashin, I remember toru. If I remember de, as in at some place, I remember ao. And then when I think of home, I think of kairi. Kairimasu, right? Of returning home. It's cool because Duolingo doesn't do Japanese learning in French. I think it's only in English. Oh, I see. Which means I'm currently training 2 different languages. Oh, I see. Cool because Duolingo doesn't do Japanese learning in French. Oh, so you're doing English in... cool. You're training Japanese into English and after English into French? That sounds awesome. I haven't decided if after I get closer to the end of the Duolingo Japanese course, if I'm going to use Japanese to see... I don't know if there's a Japanese course for Mandarin. But at some point, I'm going to do the reverse, which is to learn English with Japanese, because I do need to revisit English. And even if English is my first language, or my first native language, I suppose. I'm a guy that doesn't rest on his laurels. So I like to learn what other people are learning. That's my, I'm going to say unofficially, that's my 24-hour job, is to learn what other people are learning. Not to learn something for my own benefit. I want to see what other people are learning and how they're learning it. So what brought me to start learning Japanese? A whole history. The long story short is I appear Asian, right? I appear Asian. So most of the time I've been very connected with the Asian culture, and Japan is no exception. And Japanese has the largest media exposure in the United States. So it goes with a lot of hobbies and whatnot. Video games, right? Video games. I do play video games. So Japanese developers have an incredible influence outside of the Western market. So when it comes to learning Japanese, like the specific act of learning Japanese, long story short would be it's about time. Although Japanese, I chose Japanese because I have a lot of ear training. I've been listening to Japanese a lot for maybe a half to 2/3 of my life already. I just happen to not learn it formally. And since I started streaming, my focus typically was about learning. So learning being video games. Video games do tax some sort of learning process. However, after I finished my last project, which took about a year, playing Like a Dragon, the Yakuza series by Sega's Ryuga Gotoku Studios, I thought, why not? It's time. Let's learn something, right? I keep talking about learning. However, most people only see me learning as in their normal thing that everyone else feels like they do, which is to play video games. Video games is a learning process. However, most people play video games to entertain. So why not learn a language and ask myself if I actually do all the things I talk about while learning something? So we started with Japanese, largely because it's the closest bridge to what I've been recently doing, which is to play a game that's in both English and Japanese. I really like the Japanese language. My next language is Mandarin, and Mandarin is a personal language. My parents are Chinese, and I have more ear training. And I actually speak a lot of the Mandarin pronunciations. So I'm even closer to Mandarin. And then after that will be Spanish. And Spanish is even closer because I'm an English speaker, and in the United States, there's a large Spanish population. So I've been exposed to Spanish for quite some time, and I also learned it in high school and college. So even more so that I formally have learned Spanish before. So I still can remember all the pronunciation rules as well for Spanish. So I skip over, like in Japanese, you'll need to, right, get familiar with the hirakana, katakana, and how the sounds are. In Mandarin, I haven't formally learned it, but I know most of the sounds already. I can produce most of the sounds, but I don't know what they look like written. And in Spanish, I actually know how to pronounce most of the words when I see them, even though I have no idea what they mean. So, and then I know a lot of grammar rules already in Spanish. So it just keeps getting closer. So I decided, you know what? We're gonna go the furthest away, but still related to some self-interest. Largely though, I'm doing this to show myself things that I tell others to try to do if they're struggling, and test new things. So I'm using myself to test most of the strategies that I've mentioned to other people to see if they actually work, right? And then see if I'm out of touch with all the basic strategies or the strategies I would encourage other people to do to learn things. And usually the learning process is not focused on like raw mechanics that most people do, like flashcards and stuff. It works, you know, don't hate it if it ain't broke, right? Don't change it or anything. I'm not reinventing those wheels. Most of the wheels I'm reinventing is how quickly can I get to understand someone and then change their learning habits. And that involves psychology. So specifically behavioral and deductive reasoning and whatnot. So more of a personal individual stuff. And that stuff you can't hot take that stuff. You have to actually demonstrate that stuff. And I'm doing that, or at least I'm trying to. How can I keep doing this for 48 days straight, 6 hours a day, every single day? It's part of the strategy. And it can be as few as 1 hour a day. I like to think of learning is also as a habit formation. It's your ability to drop habits, change habits. And I do it a lot. Every single month, I'm probably changing a habit for a new skill. Not gonna master most of the skill, but the idea is I like to have the skills to help someone change their lifestyle very quickly. And the more I keep myself in the habit of doing that myself, it makes the person a little bit more effective at encouraging others. So if it seems like I'm always happy doing something on stream, it's because I'm very, very used to it. As opposed to someone who's grinding their gears, right? Most of the things I do in my life don't feel like a job. The job is living. Life is the job. So I wouldn't be surprised if everything I say now is gonna be a little bit different later. So as long as people are not expecting me to stay the same for the next foreseeable future, that's kind of how my life is. It's constantly changing. I'm always looking for new ideas and new skills to test my lifestyle skills, I suppose. It's a lot of fun, and I love talking to people. Thank you for asking, by the way. Oh, I hope you found what, may I ask, motivated you to start Japanese, oh, and English with French. Like, that's a lot to juggle. What are your motivations, Paul? And then we're gonna get into our lesson here while I hit you up here. I need to find you. So you said it's the same with the space? This one? The third one. Aww. So Ray Paul 2? This one? Sorry, I guess my cursor is not. Yep. Aw, you have a cute avatar. Alright. Alright. You have curly hair? I'm usually wearing a cap sometimes, so I placed a cap. Maybe I should change my hair. What are my hair choices? Don't like my hair down. Not what it usually looks like. It gets pretty long, so we're gonna stick with. Oh, I need to take off the hat. There we go. Alright. Caps off. You have curly hair? Nice. Nice. I always... This is kind of the whole, like, grass is greener thing, or wanting new experiences. I like new experiences, so I always wondered what it's like to have curly hair. I thought about, like, curling the hair just to see, but... always pretty interesting to see others' experience with things you don't have. So you had a lot of motivations. Can you tell me some of them? Genuine, kind of nice to know your motivations. That is a lot, though. I hope you are making some time here and there for that stuff. Alright, and then I'm gonna go in and do this. Alright.
旅行はどうですか?
Ryoko, that's food. Ryoko wa dou desu ka? Oh no, wait. That's not food. That's ryoko. That's trip. Yeah, we remember trip. How about a trip? And I think this was from yesterday. I wrote how is a trip as opposed to how about a trip.
素敵な絵ですね。
素敵な絵 oh no 素敵な絵ですね I forgot about 絵 painting drawing etc. Picture picture not to be confused with 写真 which is a photo. So Sticky na e desu ne. I forgot e, obviously. We'll keep that in mind. Hard to hear as well. It produces incredible variety of diphthongs with e. It's a lovely picture or painting, isn't it? Okay. You have a few motivations for Japanese learning. I've been studying art for 3 years now in France, and I develop a lot of modern Japanese graphic style, and I also always like Japanese art. And art and beauty. And I've been buying a lot of Japanese games these past few years, and now I want to learn it to go to Japan. Fair enough. Yeah, I would say I resonate with you in all the ways. Both modern Japanese graphic design, Japanese arts, even, both modern and traditional, actually. I am a cultural otaku as well, where I'm enthralled by the property Japanese culture due to its isolationism. So lots of the uniqueness in the Japanese culture that was a result of their isolation for so long. It's one of the most readily available cultures now online and whatnot, but one of the most heavily isolated cultures. So they have very, very interesting cultural practices that make them stand out, right? And their video games, yeah, you can't escape if you're into any form of video game. Japan has one of the largest influence, right, in video game design. You have a more deep appreciation. I'm a sucker for ink painting, and it's not necessarily exclusive to Japanese, but being also Chinese in heritage, ink paintings are something else. And then there are quite a lot of video games that take that ink painting style as its aesthetic, and it produces like wanderlust when you're looking at old school, traditional, and the contemporary take on ink paintings. I love the 2D, 3D hybrid designs that take advantage of the traditional ink paintings that you find in Eastern cultures, specifically Chinese and Japanese ink painting. It produces that really like majestic. I constantly use the word wanderlust when it comes to looking at ink paintings. Oh, so you're into art. You're studying art, huh? I'm an amateur digital artist at best. But then again, it's kind of describes my whole skill set in general. Do you do Inktober by any chance? Are you familiar with Inktober, Paul? Yeah, you love to use all those Japanese tradition by retranslating into your art. I see. It sounds like a wonderful integration of everything that you're doing. And I can definitely tell that's a great motivator for learning the Japanese language. Let's see here. Oh, here it is. Bijutsukan. What is Bijutsukan? I remembered the kana, Bijutsukan, but I had no idea what the English meaning is. Art museum. Bijutsukan. This is the first time, I think, in Duolingo ever that I clearly remembered the kana, but I had no idea what it meant in English. Bijutsukan. It was a building, though. It reminded me of a building. Bijutsukan de omiyage no omiyage o kaimashou. We should buy a souvenir at the art museum. Yeah, I know Inktober, but I've never done it. I would love to do it this year. Ooh. Oh. If you're gonna do it this year, you can count me in. I do it every year in the last 3 years. My foray into doing actual art, like sucking it up and doing art, started 3 years ago, largely with Inktober. I only draw during October, so technically, like dedicated. So, it's gonna be tacked on to Japanese. So Duolingo is gonna wrap to Inktober. So, definitely, if you want to do Inktober, I totally want to see what you come up with. I'm gonna do Japanese prompts for Inktober this year. So this year we're gonna take the kanji and then use the kanji to convert it into, hopefully I know the Japanese word by then, like the prompts and the Japanese word by the time we get to Inktober, which probably, I mean, it's more than 5 months away, so be fantastic. Last year I usually do styles, and we were experimenting with styles using my mascot, the red panda, as the centerpiece. So we took a lot of popular things and whatever's trendy and then convert it and place a red panda spin on it. Yeah, you too, and Japanese can be used in so much. Yes, I'm already brainstorming. And you know, when I'm thinking of kanji, when you get to kanji, you actually do the formal kanji drawing, like writing and stuff, in Duolingo, at least in section 5 of unit 1. And then every time I'm like writing a kanji, I'm thinking of prompts or little images that I could make for the day, because Inktober, I like to keep on it. I like to keep myself on task for Inktober, so doing all the prompts live from start to finish each day for 30 days. It feels great. It can be a little exhausting, but when you get used to it, pretty nice. So I'm looking forward to that. I love to see your pieces in the future. I don't know anyone who studied art, like specifically, so that'll be really cool. Looking forward to it.
あ、その写真もいいですね。
その写真 okay. その写真もいいですね. Okay, fair enough. Oh. This, that photo is nice, isn't it? Wait, is also nice. Put it in here. Okay.
本当に綺麗な絵ですね。
Okay. Wait. Oh.
本当に綺麗
な絵ですね。な絵. Man. When they have na e or naeo, it's gonna be hard to hear the e like yesterday. Although I picked it up this time.
本当に綺麗な絵ですね。
Nae, yeah, nae desu ne.
レストランで晩ご飯を食べましょう。
Nope, no word that I've forgotten yet. Restaurant, bangohan. Oh, レストランで晩ご飯を食べましょう. So let's we should eat dinner at the restaurant. No particular restaurant.
いろいろな写真を撮りましょう。
Oh, I forgot about いろい
いろ
ろ
いろ
from 2 days ago. Or like, forgot to mention いろいろ。いろいろな。What?
いろいろな写真を撮りましょう。
え
写真 を撮りましょう。
撮りましょう。Yeah, and I'm also specialized in graphic conception. I don't really know how to say it, but I'm doing a lot of layout for magazines or other, but it's really cool to make someone to meet someone like me. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Graphic design is fine too. We share really good hobbies? Well, I like to think so. I do have a lot of hobbies, so hopefully maybe we can inspire each other to integrate more and more hobbies, right? I like to stack my skills. So if I'm learning Japanese and I have to paint something, then why not learn Japanese and paint at the same time, or draw, right? If I have to play video games, what can I do when I play video games? Well, why not practice voice acting while learning 2 different languages and listening to different languages while learning about their culture on top of that. So I am a really big fan of hobby stacking. If you can't do something, find a clever way to do all of the above. So to maintain all the skills, right? Oftentimes when I'm playing video games, I'll also be reading dialogue. And to read dialogue, I must practice how to speak, or publicly speaking. So then I spend time reading out loud and stuff. So all the things I'm doing for Duolingo, I already do for video games in general. Talk about random culture points, random English grammatical translations, and it's not a big step from what I was already doing with English and Japanese when I'm playing video games. Hello there, B52. Room? I see. Hello there. Welcome. Yokoso. Genki desu ka? Way of learning things. I've never heard of this in France, but I like this idea. I see. Integrate. Although, if you're like in a degree and stuff, yeah. You might want to focus on your degree, I suppose. It is less focused. So if you're focused on a task that you need to do, that could be considered a distraction. My educational background focused on certain things. However, it was from an educational background that required multidisciplinary knowledge. So, even though I was a specific type of scientist, it was highly encouraged that we branch out and know a lot about other things. So even within the specialized field, keeping open-minded. Yeah, you're in an art degree. It sounded like it because you was I was inferring it from the word you use. You're studying art. So I imagine, and you said 3 years, so you're about to graduate with your art degree, right? I imagine you're at the end. Nice T52. Brazilian, huh? I imagine Duolingo does separate Brazilian from like its overlaps, right? I don't know how many variances of Brazil languages in Brazil that Duolingo covers. Okay, you finished so fast. Wanna see? I don't know what that means. Oi gente. Okay. Oh, are you gonna say some lines? Yeah, your exam starts next week. I have a lot of things to do, but it's not a big problem. I can handle it. Nice, Paul. Wow. That sounds amazing. I can't tell you how refreshing it is, Paul, to hear someone who's kind of excited and also prepared in a education setting. Nowadays, you get a lot of, people who kind of, I guess, raise their nose at formal education. So it kind of sounds, it's really very nice to hear. I enjoyed, I don't look forward to exams, but I really enjoyed my formal education days. Maybe a little too much, to the point where I burned out. So I actually treated my formal education days more like video games, where I had a problem of not doing it too much. I didn't know how to relax and take a break from it, actually.
いろいろな写真を撮りましょう。
Okay, 撮りましょう. That's 撮る. 撮る is our newest predicate from our last.
今何をしましょうか。
今何をしましょうか。しましょうか。しましょうか。しましょうか。I don't know how to convert this in. しましょうか. It doesn't feel like I'm asking a question. 今何をしましょうか? I think we'll stick with that. That tone seems like it's me. 今何をしましょうか? It's the top one, so what do you have? Dion. That looks like Dion, yeah. Dion と写真を撮りましょう。Okay. Japan, yes. 日本語です。はい、日本語です。
この店でお土産を買いましょう。
Oh, I totally missed that.
この店でお土産を買いましょう。
Okay.
この
Did I really hear miyage? Yeah, I did hear miyage.
この店でお土産を買いましょう。
この店で
お土産
を
買いましょう。
買いましょう。Yes. この店でお土産を買いましょう。買いましょう。Well, take care, T52. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck with everything. この店でお土産を買いましょう。We should buy souvenirs at this, or actually,
この店でお土産を買いましょう。
at this store. I was making sure it's not at that store because of sono. Okay. We should buy souvenirs at this store.
美術館で会いましょう。
美術館 Oh, yeah, there's the kanji that was not introduced anywhere formally, so I'm a little bit sad. Hopefully they introduce it in the next unit into the writing section. I imagine they're still going back and refreshing the kanji section, because we're seeing the kanji section being refreshed live in the last month. So hopefully they add more and gather all the ones they missed. So this is probably 会いましょう。会いましょう。Yeah. So we don't actually have that kanji anywhere in the collection. 美術館で会いましょう。Which is we should meet at the art museum. いいえ、駅で会いましょう。No, let's meet at the train station, right? Or we should meet at the train station. Technically, let's meet at the train station is a different expression. You can actually say, let's meet at the train station. We should at the train station. Talked about this a little bit. This is the polite, the polite volitional. So I kind of like that they are using the word we should, since that's a little bit more polite. Let's do something. It's a bit more forward. It's quite a bit more casual. Like let's go, or we should go.
いろいろな絵を見ましょう。
I heard いろいろ。
いろいろいろいろな絵を見ましょう。
Nail. Of course, you would do Nail. Wait, いろいろな絵を
いろいろな絵を見ましょう。
見ましょう。What are we? What?
見ましょう。
Let's look. Oh, okay. We should look at all sorts of paintings or pictures. That's fine.
いろいろな絵を見ましょう。
Yeah, いろいろな絵を見ましょう。Man, when you have e, and o next to each other, なえを。So, いろいろな絵を見ましょう。Rolling
今日美術館に行きましょう。
rolling diphthong. 今日美術館に行きましょう。いえ、海に行きましょう。Okay. So, today we should go to the art museum. Nah. We should go to the beach. Iroiro is one of the more fun things to say. I like iroiro. Yeah, for sure. Iroiro is amazing. Hey, Lotus. Hello. Okay. Off we go. Oh, kanji time. All right. Let's finish up the recycled kanji. Okay. Aimono. This might actually be the writing one, actually. Oh no, it's not. Daigetsu.
来月。
Okay.
買い物。
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 来月。7月。
7月。
Okay.
来月。
買い物。
買い物。
8時。
8時。
10分。
10分。買い物。
Okay.
買い物。
来月。
来月。買い物。
買い物。
買い物。
2時半。
2時半。
9月。
9月。
買い物。12時。12時。
12時。
And then 来月。
来月。来月。
え？
来月。
買い
買い
物。
物。
Oh, hey, thanks. Thanks, Smoke. How are you?
Poggies.
You're going to leave me. I'm gonna get some rest. Oh, yeah. Enjoy. Oh, you live in France too. You're currently in France. Nice. Have a good evening. Yeah, take care, Paul. Good luck. Good luck with everything. Good luck with Japanese. Good luck with art. I would love to see some of your pieces in the future. Hey, Smoke. I'm doing pretty well. How are you doing? And what are you up to lately? 7月。
7月。
来月
月
This is our newest one right here. 高い
高い
大きい
大きい
買い物
かいもの7月10分7時買い物
Oops. Why
買い
did
物
I
来
tap that? That was weird. 来月 Alright, let's fill these bubbles in. 来ます
来ます
Oh, they're introducing 来ます because 来月 is
来月
using the same kanji, right? So, 来ます食べます
食べます
休みます
休みます
来月
来月
来ます
来ます
9月
9月来月
来月
来ます
来ます randomly stuck in there 来ます
来ます
来月
来月sorry that's got to 来ます9月
9月
Second September? Oh, we gotta complain about English months again. 見ます
見ます
買います
買います
来月
来月
I protest September. All of the months following July. Oh no, following August. Oh, we can actually protest July and August. 来ます
来ます
来月
来月来ます
ます
来ます
来月 again
来月
来ます
来ます来ます
え
来ます来月
来月
来月
買います
買います
9月
9月
話します
話します
来月
来月
来ます
来ます来月来月来月来ます話します1時半来ます
え
来ます
飲みます
読みます
no 読みます whoops no one heard that 来ま
来ますす
I went a little too quick there 9月
9月
来月
来月
trying to be a little fast 買います
買います
trying to speed up a
来
little bit
月来月
okay います
京都
京都
7時
7時
来ます3時半来月
来月 You just woke up? So eating before work. Wait, you just woke up? Eating before work. When do you usually work? Smoke. September, 7月
7月
No, not 7月
9月
9月 I protest September. It's throwing me off. I protest. When I get
来
to.
月
9月 I heckin' protest September. Okay. 9,000. 9,000, right?
9000
Yep, Q-sen. 来月
来月
来ます。
来ます。
Yeah, it's 9月。
9月
And 900。
900
Yeah.
来月
来月。来月。あ、
9月
9月。
月
9月。
来月
来月。7月。
7月
9000。
9000
来月。
来月
9時。
9時
9月。
9月
Our time, so whenever my manager puts me, oh, I see, 3:30 to 7:30. Also spring break, so sleep is your main goal. Nice. There's so many tours in my town because of spring break. Ooh. Oh yeah, that's right. You're in California. Of course there's so many towns. You're butthead, Lotus. No, I'm just kidding. Of course there. Oh, spring break. Yeah, spring break. Well, I hope you get enough sleep spring break Smoke. Part time, huh? You sound like a thriving young person, Smoke. Hopefully you're thriving and doing well mentally and physically. Very spry schedule. Sleeping, taking a part-time job, spring break. Hopefully you're enjoying your spring break as well. Don't work too hard. 7月。
7月
来月。
来月7月
7月。
7月
来月。
来月
7月。
7月7月
7
月来月
来月。
来月
Okay. 700。
700
700。7000。
7000
来月。
来月
9月。
9月
And 7月。
7月来月
来月。
来月古い
古い。
見ます7月半来月7月7
7
月
月。9月。
9月
来月。
来月
3時。
3時
700。700。
700
7月。
7月来月来月20分
20分。
田中来月7月6000
来月。Why aren't these tickers moving? 買い物。There are so many tours up here too. I'm trying to thrive. I hope you are. Try harder, Smoke. I'm kidding. One day at a time.
高い
高い。
買い物
Live. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Frankenstein things. Just like live. Live. Okay.
買い物
Well, it's good to hear that you're trying. Trying is as encouraging. Trying is very encouraging. You know. It's definitely a step up from giving up, right? Or accepting. Trying. Very auspicious.
高い
Akai 10時
10時
2分
2分
2分新しい
新しい
買い物
買い物
え
買い物か
い
もの高い
高い
買い物
え
買い物
高い東京
東京
買い物
買い物
200
200
古い
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 高い
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 1時半
1時半
3時半
3時半
小さい
小さい
高い
高い
買い物
買い物
買い
もの買い物
買い物
2000
2000
4000
4000
新しい
新しい
高い
Introducing the
No, not right now. I'm in my 50. Oh, okay. I could have watched that ad. I kind of like the ad. I like the background music to the ad.
来ます
います。来月. Can I
来月
get the writing sample now? います. No, no writing sample. Okay. 休みます。
休みます
います。
来ます
食べます。
食べます
9月。
9月
来月。
来月来月
月。Oops.
来ます
います。
き
き
ま
ますす。
来月
Oh, not those writing samples, the full writing samples.
買い
買い
ま
ますす。9月。
9月
い
来ま
ます。
す
来月。
来月
見
見ます
ます。Okay, our 15 minutes are up. Nice. So, yeah, man. Ooh, this is throwing me for a loop because of... I forgot. It was either you, Lotus, or Indy. We were talking about months. Ugh, heck months, man. Why did July and August have to ruin it? Now you have this cognitive dissonance that's kind of hilarious whenever it happens. Like whenever I say like Kugatsu, I immediately think ninth month. But then if you are given like what is September, I would say Kugatsu, and I'm like wait or Shichigatsu, right? Shichigatsu. I'm like wait a minute. That's July. Yeah, you have to count it out when translating. Yeah. So like the English one really sucks. The English one sucks. So the thing is it won't really affect the Japanese understanding. So when they say like Kugatsu, I immediately think September, like the other way around. But the moment they tell me what is September, I'm going to think like Shigatsu. I'm like, wait a minute. No, that's 2 months off. For whatever reason, the other way around was fine. Like I'm like, oh yeah, sure, the 9th month. Like, got it. 9th month. It's the 9th month of the 12th months. It's the 9th month. Yeah, I think the trick is to try to think of Yeah, we're in the 4th month, right? And actually, most of the time, I think of the number because of computer programming, because of programming. So since I have a background, some recent background in programming, I think of numbers. I don't think of the names of the month. So I would have to do an extra step for like the 4th month. I would have to think 4th month, then April. So I'm usually always thinking about the month. And it's the same for Chinese. So, well, it's kind of the same in a way. I don't want to like say it's exactly the same because of the lunar calendar too, but it's still the same. Like when I say Fujianese, right? Fujianese is the same. It goes by the number. 正午 4 month. Shout out to ISO 8601. Today is 2024-0402. That is the only format I accept. That's so funny. Wow, you went a little hard there, Lotus. Yeah, so when I talk to my parents, I'm always thinking of 1st month, 2nd month, 3rd month, all the way down to 12th month. So actually predominantly I think of months and day, like especially months and even days as numbers. Although in Fujianese it's slightly different. Sunday has a different name. Sunday breaks the mold because Sunday is the first day, and the first day is special. And Japanese does do this. Oftentimes the 1st and 2nd of any counter is slightly different. And we haven't encountered this on Duo yet. They haven't introduced it, but I'm pretty certain they're going to introduce it at some point. Where the 1st and 2nd are, oh wait, they kind of did. They did. Hitotsu, like Hitori, like Hitori and Futori, right? Futari. 1 and 2 are often exceptional because they're the start of something. So they still do that. And then everything else is the same, like sun, you know, sun whatever, sun counter, yon. And then there's slight variances in the pronunciation, but that's not as extreme as actually making it different. So for example, by 8, by nay, by san, by say, by no, by night, right? That's day 1, no, 1st day, or like 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, all the way up to 6 day. But 1 day starts on Monday. So by 8, by nay, by san, like day 1. It's day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, all the way up to 6. And then Sunday is newai. It's special. Sunday is special. So then you have, you know, newai. Then by 8 is 1. By nay 2. And by is the day. So by san, by say, by ngo, by night. And then Sunday is just becomes newai. So it breaks it up, but it's still numerical. Everything is still numerical. It's based on the numerical system. So so are months. Months are also based on the numerical system. And my parents have a blast trying to figure out what the days of the months are whenever they ask me. They gotten pretty decent at it. Occasionally they would say like June, but they really mean July. And vice versa. So we still stick with using number months. Duo will never teach you days of the month because those are super confusing too. Oh, they don't? Oh, days of the months. Oh, like all 30, you know, the counting up of the months, or days, counting within the days, like from 1 to 31 or something, or like between 28 and 31 days. Interesting. Huh. Yeah. I think it's hilarious. So I don't mind it at all. I mean, I can see some people might be a little bit, I'm joking, obviously. I don't mind the English months. They have their own history and culture behind why our months, why is September 9 and October 10. how from September to December got shifted by 2 because of Julius and Augustus. Good old times. I can't even explain how January, February, and March works, and April. Like, how does 1 through 6 work in the English calendar? Like, how did that work? Like January, February, and then suddenly March, and then April. Like, how did that work out? Hold on to that thought. I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Oh, thanks for Googling. Thanks for doing some background for me. So let's see. While I was away. Let's see. So January, early 12th century, Anglo-French. Oh man. Old French. Envier. Oh my gosh. And then to whom the month was sacred. Okay, so they were named after a lot of... I see. Wow. That's some deep lore right there. Probably gonna need some deep dives. I'll have to look it up on my free time, like read some stuff. Oh, which by the way, I imagine, so I don't know any of the other months out of Shikatsu and Kugatsu, right? I imagine much like Japanese, I fully expect that 1 and 2 are going to be different, and it is different in Fujonese too. I'm not sure about Mandarin. So like 8 nay are 1 and 2, like you have boy 8, boy nay, like Monday and Tuesday, but in the first month and the second month are different. Is songo, ningo, I think. So they swap it up, much like Japanese, where it's slightly different. They have to swap the phonetics up. Like it's not eigo. Eigo is weird. So they say songo, one month, right? 1 month. So I'm guessing Mandarin does the same thing too, where when you have 1s and 2s, 1s and 2s are often changed a lot of times in terms of whichever counter you're using. Although in this case, I do have examples already in Duolingo where 2 didn't change, like ni-sen, ni-hyaku. So it didn't go to a ne or a no or a nu or something like that. Because ni's and ichis, like e's, E's next to specific things tend to change too. And then 1 tends to change for special reasons as well because it's the first of something. Much like English. You might be thinking like, oh yeah, English doesn't do that. English does do that too. For counting, for example, like first, second, and third, right? First, second, and third. First is different from second, and it's different from third. However, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th ends with THs. So English does do that to some extent as well. So interesting. It's very interesting to think about all the different like how numbering works, and humans kind of gravitate. You know, there are parallelisms you can draw. They actually only taught you the exceptions where the counting rules are not what you expect. Exactly. They only teach you that. Well, actually, that's a lie now. That's a lie, Lotus. They don't only teach you that now, because in the kanji section, they deliberately throw in all the normal ones. Isn't it fun? Fancy stuff, Lotus. Fancy stuff. You gotta start hitting, you gotta see. Come on, join, 2024 Duolingo with me, Lotus. In the kanji section now, they throw in all the normal stuff as like noise. So whenever you get something like chichichi, they're gonna throw in like niji, sanji, and then they throw in like a yoji, right? And then you're guessing most of them, but you get used to hearing the sound over and over again. So a lot of the numbers are getting flushed out. I don't know if it's intentional or not, but so they're telling you all the exceptions, and everything else is normal. So you're assuming if you don't know the exception, which is fantastic. I think this is a fantastic. I'm going to be talking about this in another 2 days, like on the review. The way they're approaching the kanji section, yes, I lose a lot of my writing, like the chances to write, but how they choose to highlight the differences and then use all the similar things as noise, in my opinion, can really help you train. So a lot of times people are more used to seeing the differences in a pool of similarities. So I can see how that's attractive. It's basically doing the opposite of what they're trying to do in the units. The units, they're focusing on the most common things and then not really telling you about the exceptions, right? Exceptions tend to lead to grammar points, very specific translations. So they're more focused on the general stuff, the things that every more flexible and all-purpose use. In the kanji section, they're usually focusing on the exceptions to the rules, which I kind of like it. It's cute. It's a very cute way. So it's fun to say like, oh yeah, so you can rely on them to point out all the weird ones. And then when the other ones come up, you can practice, you can guess what they're going to sound like because you already know they're the normal ones. But the dual kanji are in a completely different order than I'm learning. Oh, true. Sorry about that. This is what happens retroactively. I can't wait. I know, Lotus, this might sound underrated. This is probably an underrated comment. I can't wait to learn English all over again. I kid you not. I actually am super curious, but not right now. It would be like it would divert too much time. But I actually want to know how Duolingo is teaching English. Like how, if I have all this knowledge, in what way are they presenting English? And it feels like that. It's going to feel like that. Like, wait a minute. The order I learned English, it's not quite this order, but you have to like recondition yourself. It's like up to this point, where do they start in English? Like for me, I would say I wouldn't start with the alphabet, right? If I were thinking about starting up something, I wouldn't start with the alphabet. However, right now, what did I do for Japanese? I started with, I pretty much hit the hardest thing I hit for completion was hiragana and katakana. But when I'm thinking about how I would start with English, I probably wouldn't start with the alphabet. Weirdly enough. I would add the alphabet into the first lesson, but I wouldn't necessarily tell the person like, hey, do your alphabet from A to Z for like the first couple days or something. Interesting enough. I have a deep cut in that. That's way down the line though. I actually want to see how, before I brainstorm about how I would teach English from the start, I'm curious how Duolingo does it for everyone else. Also, to brag, I put down a book a few months ago because it was taking me like 30 minutes and 10 dictionary lookups per page. I tried reading again yesterday and got through like 5 pages in 20 minutes. Yo. I'm going to be real with you, Lotus. I can't even get through 5 pages in 20 minutes in an English book these days. If it's that kind of book. It's not because I read very slowly. I'm going to tell you that. It's not because I read very slowly. It's because I don't move on too quickly with books anymore. So if I read for a purpose, then I can read very quickly. So for example, if someone asks me, oh yeah, this book is very great. And then I would ask them, are there any particular topics or things you are interested in? Then I would read the book for those reasons. If I was reading it for my reason, it would take me so long to get through a book. Because every page I'd be stuck on the meaning. So I don't know how it's going to be once I pick up a Japanese book. Like I'm already really slow on Duolingo, and that's for learning purposes. How long is it going to take? There is a great thing though, Lotus. Those grade readers that you suggested to me, those grade readers, they have so confined context that I can move on from them. But if you give me like say like if you're worried about like volume and stuff, just give me a book of haikus and I probably wouldn't even get through like 5 pages in an entire day. So the books I'm referring to are books, you know, that have a lot of subtext stuff. So it's kind of like Duolingo. Like I get stuck on a lesson because the lesson itself has a lot of significance. So I need a purpose. I need a motivation. If it's a graphic novel, that helps a lot because it's really onomatopoeias and dialogue. So that's a different story, even though dialogues have subtext and all that stuff. When you get into like novels, I don't read novels very often. Like English novels, even. It takes me forever to read an English novel. Like I read too much into everything. So I need like a kid. I read Kid, and I need a motivation to help me be selective because my focus is incredibly tenuous when it comes to focusing on a single idea. It's nice to be restricted to kids' books. They tend not to go deep that way. Yeah. That's why that's the silver lining that I've learned. Because like if they start doing turn of phrases, even with like simple Japanese, you know, for example, you know, when you're reading an advanced book, you'll hear to do or to make or to express something multiple ways. So if I saw that in a beginner's Japanese book, I wouldn't get past like the first 5 pages. At the moment, I'm like, wait, why is this phrase different? But it's kind of expressing the same, but it's not expressing the same. Now it's going to be like looking at the dictionary and looking at conjugations and stuff for like 10 days straight. No, not really. It's like 5 hours, and I have to look at, oh, so this actually in essence mean this way and not this way. Yeah, as soon as I see the as if grammar point in Japanese, I know it's going to be some complicated stuff. Yeah. And I think I struggle with the same thing in English, Lotus. That's largely why I listen to audiobooks. Although I still find myself re-listening to a chapter, like twice. So audiobooks have helped me progressively move. So it's a medium that helps me not linger on an idea for too long. So I have my preferred method of reading books is to hear audiobooks. So I've gravitated towards speech and listening for my later life. Time for audiobook duo. I mean, they kind of have it. It's a shame, it's a shame that I can't do all my lessons with listening, if you know what I mean. And like I can do my tracks, my learning unit tracks, starting with only listening, and then I can like bounce between two. It's a different take. I actually do everything. If it was only listening, then I'd probably do writing on my spare time. So it's not to say that I don't do everything. I just know my limits and what I hang up on when it comes to time, right? Oh yeah, and that's okay. This is a personalized practice thing. What's my goal today? Do I want to... I think this unit's fine. This unit's pretty cool. There's some really weird words, but I'm getting used to it. Yeah, this is what I mean. I get distracted a lot. It doesn't mean I'm not learning, just not learning in the targeted sense. I'm always learning something. I feel like this is what most people would probably stereotypically classify as ADHD, if you know what I mean. Oh, thanks, Nojo. Thank you again. The idea when someone says like you can't focus but you're snapping back and forth, I don't want to use that. Like that is a stereotype of that, but it's not that. I just think about a lot of things. Think a lot about a lot of things all the time. Good news is, I don't have a day job. That would be pretty devastating if I had a day job. You can't really get away with being so haphazard and not focused when you have a day job. Although I would probably not behave that way, hopefully, if I ever decide to get a day job again.
兄は来週マレーシアに行きます。
Oh, did I tell myself I was gonna do keyboard entries with personalized practice? Yeah, we're gonna try this now. I don't usually do keyboards with personalized practice, but let's see. Usually they're a little bit more involved. So let's try this.
兄は来週マレーシアに行きます。
Okay. Let's see. So, ani wa ma de chia. Does that look right? That kind of looks right. Malaysia. Yes. Yes.
兄は来週マレーシアに行きます。
Ekin Raishu. Ni ikimasu? Did you ikimasu me?
兄は来週マレーシアに行きます。
Okay, let's see if everything's there. Did everything check out? I think so. Okay. Go. Oh no. Can I do it this way? Yes, I can do it this way. Gohun. Gurai. Yes, let's double check that. Yes.
この高い冷蔵庫はちょっと。
Did I just hear Daizoko? Daizoko? Yeah. Daizoko. Whoops, I said Daizoko. Okay. Kono takai. Wow. Yeah, just not used to seeing takai. Kono, it's already happening. Kono takai reizouko wa chotto. Okay. I don't really like this expensive fridge.
明日新しい冷蔵庫を買います。
明日 I'm missing one word. Where is it?
明日新しい冷蔵庫を買います。
Okay.
明日新しい冷蔵庫を買います。
Okay. Let's double check everything. Are we good? Are we good? Are we good? Yes. Okay. Okay. Shichigatsu. Shichigatsu wa Yokohama. Nope. Yoku Yokohama o ikimasu. Let's make sure that we've not screwed the pooch. Let's see. Okay. Oh, Itsumo. Why did I say Yoku? It's Itsumo. I'm a doofus. Always.
いいえ、10分かかります。
Close enough, man. Close enough. Same difference, not really. Jupun. It takes. It will. It will take 10 minutes. Okay, you're gonna do this to me again? Alright, fine. Okay. Oh, now you're gonna Yoku me. I see how this is. I see how this is, Duolingo. I think this is fine. Say what? Oh, heck, why did I put O instead of ni?
多分5分かかります。
Oh no, this is why I don't do personalized practice with keyboard entry. There's too high of a typo rate. Futon. Wait, not futon. What am I doing? Tabun gohun kakarimasu. Okay. It takes. Okay. It probably takes 5 minutes. Tabun gohun. Tabun gohun kakarimasu. Okay. Let's try this again. Go. This extends too much of the time. It's the problem here. Go. 5分はとても早いですね。
10分です。
10分です。10 minutes. Okay. 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 Oh. 姉と海に行きます。I've got the wa.
10分ぐらいですか？
When I hit entered, I immediately saw that I forgot the wa after hearing it. Okay. Is it about 10 minutes? 10分。その高い冷蔵庫まあちょっとlet's make sure I typed that properly. Go. Nope. Of course I didn't. Wachotto. Another correct. Oh, the Akai. Yeah. Okay, I have an annoying older brother. Sure. Nani wa. Oh. Wait a minute. No, that's fine. Urusai. Wait. Is Urusai? No. Urusai is not. Urusai. Ani. Ga. います。うるさい兄がいます。Double checking. Yeah, see, that's what I dislike about typos. Like, I'm pretty sure I didn't hit E. I'm pretty sure. Wait, why did all my phrases change? What the heck is this? I didn't type this. Where were these three things coming from? Yeah, too many typos. Or like weird interactions, so let's just not do that. There's just so many more interactions. Not very useful. Errors aren't predicated on if I know or not. It's weird things. Like there were 3 extra. Did you not do the thing where you hit enter to choose the spelling? Hit enter to choose the spelling? What do you mean by hit enter to choose the spelling? I did. No. That's not it. That's from doing this. when you're doing this and you're double checking, sometimes it adds things, or at least I didn't type those 3 characters. I don't remember typing those 3 characters. Oh, and I hit enter. And I hit enter at the end of every single word to make sure that I'm not typing kanji where I don't have kanji for. It's a little complicated, right? I don't think it's better if I am not losing hearts for this, because it slows down my learning thing, because I already lost 4 hearts from things that are unrelated. Or 1 heart. I would say I lost 1 heart because I did yoku instead of itsumo. But that last one was weird. I had 3 kana in front of my whole phrase that I typed after switching back and forth. It's a double check. So we're not doing that for now. Now I'm gonna spend like the next 20 minutes getting the hearts back, which so it's not really making it harder, it's making it take longer, which I don't like artificially adding things if I'm not learning anything at the moment, you know. And you can freely practice at any time, so it's really no harm if you freely practice keyboard entry elsewhere. The reason why I wanted to try this is because the practice doesn't catch up. So the practice, when you do practice hearts, it has a bigger pool than personalized practice, right? So personalized practice focuses on all the things that are rarer. So a lot of times personal practice focuses on the things that occur less for you, as in, like, if you get most of the things right, if you go through your units and you have like 99% on everything, you'll pick the ones that you are least familiar with or have occurred the least. Meanwhile, when you practice for hearts, it's everything. They pick something random from everything. So that tends to be more keyboard friendly in the long run. And that's kind of a thing that I lose if I don't practice keyboard entry in the personalized practice. But obviously that's also a motivation to get super, which then you don't have to worry about hearts. Hearts do sometimes work really well when it does, but it does artificially inflate practice. If you're not practicing and you're learning, then hearts help because it provides vigilance. You're going at a pace that you don't want to lose your error rate. But right now, I basically missed more than I missed in this small amount of time than the last week, probably. And 3 of the 4 times I missed was not due to any knowledge check. So it's kind of a little... I'll put in the practice in some other way. I really thought I was going to do this. Someone asked me if I use keyboard entry, and I told them, like, yeah, I do keyboard entry if I start missing stuff. So I'm not pushing myself hard enough to miss learning concepts. But whenever I have learning concepts, I go to practice and use keyboard and input. But this was really negative experience. Yeah, not learning very much here, unfortunately. I prefer not to.
兄
And
の
then I'm probably gonna lose all of this because there's a chance now if I do make an error, then it cancels the whole thing, right? Ani, whoops.
の
Yasashi
優しい
Ani
が
ga
います
Okay. You know, just my personal request, personalized practice shouldn't take hearts. I don't think any form of practice should take hearts. Learning should take hearts, in my opinion. If I were to add some weight and psychological obligation to know things right when you're learning them, hearts are great. when you're practicing, hearts is discouraging. It's usually discouraging to practice. It's kind of like how do I illustrate this? I think it's kind of like you know, if you ever play a video game, I don't know if you even play video games, Lotus. Do you even play video games? I know that sounds weird, but somehow you don't strike me as a person who plays video games. I feel like you have other things to do, like other things like your job and all that stuff, that you leave less room for things like video games. But it's kind of like the thing where you backtrack. That's how I feel about practicing with life. You know, backtracking, where like you get to a boss, right? You get to a boss and the boss like slams you in the face. And because the boss slams you in the face, you can't get right back to it because you have to backtrack. You have to go all the way back to the boss. And that go all the way back to the boss oftentimes feel more like practicing without gains than, so it's more of a battle of attrition than you're being vigilant, in the sense that they're punishing you for not having vigilance, as opposed to, so that's kind of how I feel. So I'm gonna go back and do the practice, but it's gonna be more keyboard practice, which was the whole point of doing the keyboard input in the first place. Anyways.
7月
7月, gotta make sure I don't hit September or something. Nah, July is fine. July is always fine. It's when we get to September and on, that's gonna be Monka. 7月はよく、いつも横浜に行きます。
行きます。7月はよく
京都
に行きます。
How do I screw this one up? It's probably because I typed woe instead of ni. It could have been because I missed the wa when I was typing.
7月
How did I miss this one? This might be the wa.
は姉にと海に行きます。
How did I miss this one? Oh, this one had random characters in the front. I don't know why I didn't delete the random characters.
兄
Oops.
兄
Urusai.
うるさい兄がいます。
Like, that one was a really simple phrase. But you know what? As a consequence of that, I get to practice, I suppose. And then now we'll use keyboard entry for this.
コンビニ。花さんはどこですか？
Okay. It's been a while to ask where is a
ホテルと
person.
コンビニ。
デパートはどこですか？
デパートとコンビニ。
I feel like, okay. I was like, that doesn't look right. Oh, I totally forgot about this phrase. And the other phrase too.
駅はそこですか？
How was this? Oh yeah. I remember. I think. Something like that.
これはバス停ですか？
Oh, what the heck? Okay.
いいえ、それは大学です。
What? Wait, what?
いいえ、それは大学です。
Maybe. Okay. Sure. Okay. Okay. Go again. Okay. It's not like 20 minutes. I think it's like 15 minutes.
半。1時に昼ご飯を食べます。
Oops. I eat lunches? Oh my gosh, you freaking duo.
9時。
10時半にニュースを見ますか？
Why do you do that to me? Yeah, heckin', Yeah, heckin'.
毎日小さいケーキを食べます。
What? 毎日小さい。Oh.
いいえ、お茶を飲みます。
はい、よく水を飲みます。 9時に晩ご飯を食べますか？
Oh. What?
9時に晩ご飯を食べますか？
Hmm?
9時に晩ご飯を食べますか？
Why is there was a weird pause. There was a weird pause there. Oh no. I don't remember this one. Oh. Okay. Can it do... Let's see if it can do both. That's not right. That doesn't look right. Oh. Oh, it was close. It's a day. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh, I forgot article.
12時に昼ご飯を食べます。
Wait. What? Did you just?
12時に昼ご飯を食べます。
Oh no. That's fine. Hello? Oh my gosh.
12時に昼ご飯を食べます。12時に昼ご飯を食べます。
Okay. Okay. Son of a... Oh wait. No, that was fine. Huh. Oh, I wonder if they accept this one. Or like the other one. I'm curious if they accept it the other way.
7時にパンを食べます。
Okay. Hmm.
1時に昼ご飯を食べます。
Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 I see, not alone. That's interesting. Oh boy. I did lunches again! Oh my gosh, that's the second time I did that. That's actually back-to-back lunches. That's nice, I suppose. Neat. I forgot the ni again.
1時に昼ご飯を食べます。
Oh, that's the same thing. All right. I think we're at 3, so 2 more.
ロック。よくジャズを聴きます。じゃ、漫画を読みますか？
バスケットボールをしますか？
よく雑誌を読みます。
Oh. That's not right. I feel like there's a... Is it oo or za? Oh. Za. She.
ジャズを聴きますか？
時々ロックを聴きます。
What?
時々ロックを聴きます。
Oh. Oh. I don't think that's right. That's better. Oh.
映画を見ますか？
面白い映画を見ますか？面白い映画を見ますか？
Okay. Oh no. Is it zoo or za? Zoo. Makes sense. Okay.
時々バスケットボールをしますか？
Of course you're gonna make me type basketball.
時々バスケットボールをしますか？
Is it this? That is totally not right. Wait. Oh, I typed it twice. I didn't delete the other one. Okay. That doesn't look right, does it? No. Oh, it's just ball. Whoops. I'm thinking of volleyball. Lotus, be honest. How often do you type basketball? Does that look right? No, it's not. It's freaking bow, not ba. Ugh. Okay. What was it?
時々バスケットボールをしますか？
Uh, uh, how does this work? Zashi? Yes. That doesn't look right. Oh, new Sue. Okay. New Sue. I think I actually have one more practice. Oh boy. Alright, it did take me 15 minutes plus.
はい。
カレーとラーメン。
Oops, I typed rice. Why?
は
I
い、
picked rice. Why?
これは美味しいお茶です。
いいえ、これはラーメンです。
美味しいケーキ。
美味しいピザ。 これはケーキです。 いいえ、カレーです。
はい、これは美味しいです。
Okay, that wasn't too bad. But this is pretty tame though.
カレーとラーメン。
Alright. That wasn't too bad. Okay. All right, let's get back to personalized challenges. Okay. Let's sacrifice like 1 or 2 hearts for this, right? Let's be a little bit more vigilant. I don't think we should write this off yet. I feel like the practices don't ever get to the most recent one by chance. Kyo. Yeah, Kyo. Double check time. Mm.
明日の天気もいいです。
Wait, what?
明日の天気もいいです。
Is that really what you said?
明日の天気もいいです。
Yeah. Okay. Uh, yeah, I think we're good. 乗り換えは京都駅ですか? Is there a typo somewhere? I wrote nore instead of nori. Wow, that's not just a typo.
今日京都は暖かいですか?
I figured. Okay. Will Kyoto be warm today? WSP. Ashita no tenki mo ii desu. Hello there, what's up? What's up? Going alright over here. How are you? You're good? Nice to hear, nice to hear. What are you up to? Will tomorrow also be warm? How long have I been using Duolingo today? How long? For today? 2.5 hours? I like 2 hours. In the beginning, in the first 30 minutes, we do like a memory task. Around 2 hours. Let's see. 晴れの日晴れの日は友達と走ります。Yeah, 走ります。That's long? I suppose. Suppose that's long. What do you consider long? Oh, I totally didn't use. There we go. The kanji for he.
Ah, 春はもうすぐです。
春はもうすぐです。Spring is soon. Okay. 今日の天気はいいです。
この電車は東京駅に行きますか？
Okay. Does this train go to Tokyo Station? Yeah. 面白い妹がいます。面白い妹 There's a typo somewhere. I typed ah instead of o. Oh, I actually think I deliberately typed ah. 面白い。
はい、妹は今台湾に住んでいます。
That's an O. That's an O. That's an O. Have I ever seen one? Pretty sure I said 面白い instead of 面白い。
はい、妹は今台湾に住んでいます。
My younger sister lives in Taiwan now. Nori Kae. Norikai. No, kae. Norikai. Wa. I don't think we have the kanji for Shibuya Eki. Desu ka? Are no. Are no. Oh no. Enter. Yoku. Yeah. And then Oyogimasu? Okay. 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 Hmm. Okay, not too bad. We sacrificed the 2 hearts. I said I was only gonna sacrifice 2 hearts, but alright. Let's do more practice. We're being a little bit more
かっ
vigilant
こいい
there.
弁護士と優しい医者。
Okay.
"かっこいい学生です」。
先生、医者。
優しい弁護士。
弁護士と先生。
優しいです。
かっこいい先生です。
優しい医者です。
かっこいい人です。
優しい学生です。
Okay. That went pretty fast. Just something super familiar though. Right? コンセント。
コンセント。
いいえ、電話はありません。
コンビニは2階ですか？
ホーム。
あ、ゴミ箱は2階です。
ゴミ箱。Sorry.
ATM は1階です。
What? Oh, 2階です。Whoops.
コンセントはありますか？
Okay.
ゴミ箱はありません。
ゴミ箱. Why does that look weird? Oh, is it in... Oh, it's heckin... It's in katakana. What the freak? Okay, I clearly cannot... Gomibako. Yeah. Oh, wait. Hold up. What the heck? Gomi is it, and then Bako. No wonder it looks so weird. It's like half katakana and half hiragana right now. What the? Okay. No wonder it's so confusing to me. Gomi Bako. Oh, that explains so much about why that looks so weird. It's kind of like Baste, the way they're doing it at the moment. That would explain why I keep getting them mixed up a little. It's half and half. Okay, what were you saying?
ゴミ箱はありません。ゴミ箱はありません。
Wi-Fi はありません。
いいえ、コインロッカーはありません。
Oh no. Okay. Ain't no way. I don't think that's coin Naka. Oh, dang it. It's a coin Naka. There we go.
いいえ、コインロッカーはありません。
あ、Wi-Fi はありません。
Can I actually do this? Yep. Fair enough. Okay. I just did this. Okay. Uh.
ATM は1階です。
Okay. That wasn't too bad. That was not too shabby. Yeah, I think I'm fine. Right? I think I'm fine. We can do this. We can do this. Just be more vigilant. And don't let you know, Lotus's thoughts interrupt the brain waves, right?
このピザ屋はとてもいいです。
Okay. このピザ屋はとてもいいです。Okay. Is this pizza shop nice? Right? This pizza shop is very nice. Donna pizza ga arimasu ka? A fair question. 警察。
警察。
あれ？
晴れ。
駅。
駅。
山。
近く。
近く。
明日の天気はどうですか？
明日の天気はどうですか？ How's the weather? How's tomorrow's weather? 明日の天気はいいです。Tomorrow's gonna be nice. 私は公園に行きます。I'm gonna go to the park.
エリカさん、横浜は静かな都市ですか？
Okay. Oh my gosh, that's cursed. Oh no, that is cursed. Hold up. Oh no, it's not. Okay. Surprising.
エリカさん、横浜は静かな都市ですか？エリカさん、横浜は静かな都市ですか？
エリカさん、横浜は静かな都市ですか？ Right?
エリカさん、横浜は静かな都市ですか？
次の電車はもうすぐですか？
Okay. 次の電車はもう電車はもうすぐですか？ Is the next train soon? speak. Yeah, もうすぐですか？
9月はよく弟とサッカーをします。9月はよく弟とサッカーをします。
I don't understand the first word. Oh,
9月はよく弟とサッカーをします。
yeah, it's because of ngatsu. 9
9月はよく弟とサッカーをします。
Oh no. Wait. Uh,
9月はよく弟とサッカーをします。
no, wait. So, 9月はよく弟とサッカーをしますか？
9月はよく弟とサッカーをします。
をします。
バスはいつ来ますか？
バスはいつ来ますか？
いいえ、この電車は渋谷駅に行きます。
I lost the location.
いいえ、この電車は渋谷駅に行きます。
So, I think I heard. いいえ、この電車は渋谷駅にに来ますか？
いいえ、この電車は渋谷駅に行きます。
来ます。
いいえ、この電車は渋谷駅に行きます。
駅に来ます。Okay. Oh, 行きます。Yeah, I had to change it to the question. Yeah, okay. The next bus will come soon. 次はバス。Wait. I don't think I need. 次のバスは、バスは、もうすぐに Wait. Imasu? Yes. Right? Did I get Mosuku? Mosuku. Yes. So, Tsuki no bus wa Mosuku kimasu.
乗り換えは渋谷駅ですか？
Oh, okay. Ando Andoriu. Andoriu. With a carry. That doesn't look quite right. Oh no, it is correct. Wait. Oh wow, I'm surprised. Andoriu. Okay. Wait. Is it? Hold up, let me check this again. Andoriu. Okay. Yeah, Andoriu. Okay. I can say it a lot better than the first time. Andoriu. Okay. Andoriu. Oh no. Gu dai ga warui. Gudai ga warui desu ka? Did I get it? Gu. Oh. Wait, it's gu ai. Gu ai. Not gudai. Guai. Guai ga warui desu ka? Guai. Guai ga warui desu ka? Wow, I can say that quite easily now. So, Andoriu wa guai wa warui desu ka? Andoriu wa guai ga warui desu ka? Yeah, that looks right. Unless I type out somewhere. I obviously did something. Oh! Wait. Oh, feeling. I totally forgot about... Wait. What? Hold up. Oh, honorific. Heckin' son? Oh my gosh, dude. Oh, wait. Oh, a bit sick. I forgot Skoshi. Never mind. I forgot Skoshi. I was so concentrated on Guai ga warui. I've got Skoshi. That's fine. I'll take it. That's an oversight because of hyper-focusing. This is a non-adjective thing. Arena. Otera. Otara. I guess. Ga. Ides. Oh, do they want me to add watashi too? Watashi wa? Watashi? No, right? Watashi, that's kind of weird. That's fine. Watashi wa kirei na Otara ga tsukeru. No. This is redundant. Right? So help me. Duo. Don't you at me. Why did I write kade? Ide. Don't you at me. You did want me to write watashi wa. Alright, it's fine. They accept without the watashi. I think that's redundant. That's good.
いいえ、この電車は渋谷駅に行きます。
Wait. How did I miss this one?
いいえ、この電車は渋谷駅に行きます。
Oh, wait.
いいえ、この電車は渋谷駅に行きます。
Oh. Oh, no. Oh, wait. That works. いいえ、この電車は、
いいえ、この電車は渋谷駅に行きます。
この電車は渋谷駅に行きます。
いいえ、この電車は渋谷駅に行きます。
Okay. What do I do here? I missed a skoshi and something else. I think I missed two things. Oh, the honorific. Skoshi. Gu ai ga warui desu ka? Okay. All right, kanji time. Let's go. Let's go back to the kanji section. We've completed all the kanji stuff. So now let's hope for some writing. Nani? Aimono.
買い物。何
Nani? Or nani?
何
Aimono.
買い物。
Hachi.
8、
Yaku.
100、
40分.
40分。
40分. Right before.
Nani? 何
Okay.
何
Aimono.
買い物。何何
Okay.
半。
An.
買い物。
Haha.
母。
Kyoto.
京都。何
Nani?
買い物。か。い。もの。
1時半.
1時半。
Okay.
父。何
Nani?
買い物。9。
Q. Wonder how Q fits. Oh no. Oh no. I don't think that doesn't work if I do it that way. Pretty sure.
何水。10。何 ?4000。買い物。
How long does it take to get the
買い
writing,
物。
the one writing thing? We'll see. Oh, it might be this one
買い
actually.
物
Here it is. I tested this a bit. It's like 50
買い物
50
買い物
I feel. But
買い物
kaimono is
買
like
い
the
物
mono is really weird.
買い物
Probably the weirdest one yet.
買い物
Okay, let's see how often we get it. That's 2 so far. Takai. Oh, this one is not
高
one.
い
Okay.
買い物
ん
買い物高い
Takai.
買い物
10時
10時
2分
2分
2分 Not to be confused with 日本2分
新しい
新しい
買い物
買い
もの
買い
高い買い物買い物
古
古
い
い高い買い物
東京
東京
200
200高い
高い
高い
小さい
小さい
高い
高い
3時半
3時半
1時半
1時半
買
買い物かいもの高い2000買い物新しい4000
Is it 50-50? Are we gonna get... No, we aren't.
買います
買います
買い物
So it's pretty random. 日曜日
日曜日
買います
買います
読みます
読みます
買い物
買い物
休みます
休みまかいもの
買います
Interesting.
かいます
買い物
The mono. 日本
日本
休みます
休みます
読みます
読みます
買
買います買い物
Okay. Try this again. 来ます
来ます
来月
来月来ます
来ます
来ます
来月
来月
来ます
来ます来ます来ます来月来月
買います
買います
9月
9月
話します
話します
来月
来月
来
来ます来月来月話します1時半来月来ますじ来ます来ます
9月
9月
読みます
読みます
来ます
来ます
来月
来月買います。来月来月
Oh, います。Whoops.
来月7時京都来ます3時
Alright, let's try the previous group for Gatsu. 9月
9月
9
9 9月9月
9
9 9月9月9月9 9
9月
9月9
9 9分
9分
7月7月
7月
100
100 9
ん
9 9 4000 40分9月5 9月9月
7月7月
7月
8時
9時
9時 I did it again. That's the second time I did that. 9月
9月
Oops.
9月
9
9
9000
9000 9 9 7000 1000 4 9 9月9 9月
I almost did it again for September. Q 9
9
月
月
9月9000
9000
9分
9分
900
900
and Q
9
Okay.
9 100
not
100
100 What am I doing?
月
Yeah 9月
9
Okay.
9 9
9月
That's a little incline, huh? 9月
9月
9月 I said 9月9月9
9
分
分
9
9
9時
9時
9000
9000
Okay. 日9月
9月
日
日
9月
山
日
日
9月
9月
日本
日本
水
水日日
9月
9月日日
9月
9月
日
日
分
分
半
半
5時
5時9 9月
How am I not Japanese?
9月
That's a funny question.
9月
9月
月
日
半
3
3
時
時
9
9
月
月
山
山
日
日400
400
日9月半山
9月はlet's do one of these. 山口
山口
山
山
山口
山口山
東京
京都
京都 whoops 京都4時
4時
父
父
山
山
山源
山口。
山口
山山口
山
中山
中山
山
山口
口
新聞
新聞
東京
東京
Still got time. 15 minutes are not. You. 休みます。
休みます
You.
9
again. 休みます。読みます。
読みます
休みます。
休みます
10。
10
9。
9
5。
5 9 9
休みます。
休みます9 9 9
9。100。
100
5。読みます。
読みます
休みます。
休みます
え
休みます休みます
行きます。
行きます
1000。
1000
5。休みます。
休みます
9。
9 9
え
9読みます6 5休み
休みます。Okay, that's the end of 15 minutes. So we've done our kanji again. 15 minutes. Pretty good. This alphabet. Wait, are you learning Japanese right now? Joe Pyre? Are you learning Japanese right now? What are you doing? And how are you? What is your interest in Japanese? I'm gonna take a little break here. No? Italian. Are you learning Italian? Or am Italian? And what are your languages? And what do you prefer to use? Any of those questions. You don't have to answer all of them. Okay. You're Brazilian. Speak Portuguese. That checks out. English and some Spanish. I see. You're learning Italian, as I said before, but I'm just a beginner, really. How are you learning Italian right now? Yo. Mm, mm. I guess it's but fine. Japanese is one of your interests, but this thing is too hard? Nah, I think you got this. You got this. You already know. Man, you're Brazilian. You're already hitting that Portuguese. I'm sure it translates really well. Did you know that you probably already know, right? Brazil sports the second largest concentration of Japanese speakers outside of Japan. It's about roughly the same number as the United States. United States and Brazil has the second largest Japanese speakers outside of Japan. It's not really saying much because still 99% of Japanese speakers live in Japan. However, high five for the 0.2% contributed by Brazil and the United States. Funny, huh? And my parents are Chinese, so I am Chinese American. I am learning. The last 48 days, including today, are the only days I've ever studied Japan or like Japanese or like formally, like writing and listening. But I have listened to Japanese for a really long time, at least 2/3 of my life. I was very comfortable listening to it. I do know some Chinese. I am illiterate in Chinese though. And you're probably gonna find this relatable. I imagine around Brazil there are variances, slight variances in Portuguese and whatnot. I typically talk to my parents in a form of Chinese, but in China there are a lot of dialects that are unintelligible to the Chinese that you would be very familiar with or might have heard somewhere. So I speak that. Mostly different forms and regions, yeah. So I tell people that I do speak Chinese. I'm illiterate though. However, I do speak Chinese in the sense that the Chinese I speak is not the one that you would hear, but the Mandarin that most people are referring to. Oh, you live in the south of Brazil, but it's completely different from the northern part? Yeah. Can you understand people from the northern part? Like, is it intelligible between the north and south Brazil? Oh, okay. So no, that's not what you don't need to explain that. I know. I know what you mean. No, yeah. So the reason why I asked that is because the thing I'm saying is not an accent. It is a dialect. So I speak Chinese, but Chinese is composed of dialects. It's not composed of accents. There are accents in China, but there are also dialects in Chinese. So when you ask someone, or at least you ask a Chinese person if they speak Chinese, sometimes you get a response where they would normally just say yes, but it's not the Chinese. Chinese is a collection of languages. They're related to Mandarin, but they're unintelligible to each other. So, oh, the major difference is accent? Okay. Yeah. In the United States, I understand what you mean by the United States. I'm I was just curious. I was curious if Brazil had a dialect. They had different dialects. I haven't asked because I think, the ones that I meet, they typically just ask about Portuguese and then that's about it. Yeah. A change of words or meanings? Both. Everything. So a dialect constitutes as pronouncing things differently, sounding differently, and also different words. Yeah. I imagine there would be dialects of something. So I was kind of curious when you said north and south if you were referring to dialectic differences or accent differences. But I guess you mean north and south by accent differences, and that's perfectly all right. Yes, southern accent and northeastern accent would be an example of the American English accent. Although there are American dialects as well. You don't hear them very often because, well, I don't understand them most of the time. And they're in small groups. They're in small populations. But honestly, never seen a Brazilian saying they speak the northern dialect, just that they speak Portuguese. That's the same. So that's the same with Mandarin. So when you ask me if I speak Chinese, I'm saying yes, I speak Chinese. But really, I don't actually speak the Chinese that you're probably asking about. I speak it to some extent, but I wouldn't consider myself a Mandarin speaker. Like a national Mandarin speaker. So it's kind of like if I were in Brazil, like if I'm from Brazil, I would have a hard time saying I speak Portuguese if I don't really speak Portuguese that well. And illiterate. So it's kind of like that. My parents are Mandarin speakers, and I am a Fujianese speaker. More so than a Mandarin speaker. And then when people say Chinese, it's like Portuguese. You're collecting everything. Everything is in one group. Fujianese is yeah. Usually Fuzhou right here is the capital. You could kind of call it the capital of the Fujian area. And I'm really not great at drawing geography, but if you think of China, right? Like this coastline right here, China, it's around here. So you imagine like Taiwan down here somewhere. It's somewhere here. Yeah. Not quite at the very south east, a little to the north. So it's here. And yeah, generally that's what I would say. And since we're talking about language, right? If we're all language learners, it's nice to be a little bit more deeper than not. Yeah, so you're learning Italian. Are you using Duolingo to learn Italian, or are you using other things as well? Like more than one thing. You're Brazilian here. We can refer to different regions like from the form that they speak to. I see. Duolingo mostly. How's that going for you? How long have you been using Duolingo for Italian? I'll continue on my lesson while you answer.
仕事の後、カフェに行きます。
I heard仕事の後
仕事の後、カフェに行きます。
Okay.
そしてカフェに行きます。
Oh, they didn't go with 行きましょ
仕事の後、カフェに行きます。
いつ家に帰りますか？
Like the northern part, we say they are, oh, no, no, no destino, no destino. Okay. kind of sounds like northerners. Honestly, I'm just keeping up with the offensive right now. I ain't studying much the offensive. Oh, that is exactly it. Okay, so big disclaimer. It's been a while, but it's been over 15 years. However, I studied Spanish. I know it's not the same, but I studied, this is a long story short. I studied Spanish for 2 years in high school, and then I spent 2 years roughly in college, and then I retained this use for like online use a lot of times, so video games and stuff. And oftentimes I come across Portuguese, and what happens is a lot of times these Portuguese people tend to tell me something about Spanish, and then how Spanish is related to Portuguese a lot of times. So sometimes I guess on terms, and then that's just fun. Obviously I don't know Portuguese, but it's one of those things like I'm kind of I can guess to some extent just for fun. So that's the only reason. And then some of the games I play, there are a lot of Italians, and Italiano has some guessing. You can do some guessing too because of the romance, right? The romance languages. I do plan on learning Spanish sometime after, but I am going to use Duolingo for Mandarin after maybe 4 or 5 months of Japanese. Something like that. Derivatives of Latins are really similar, yeah. So I guess things. Not to say that I know them. It's kind of fun to guess them. I chose Japanese to start because I'm pretty sure you have some interests based on maybe the Japanese entertainment culture. Anime, manga, maybe something beyond anime, manga, video games, right? So that's why I chose Japanese first. I think if there's anything, I hear these 3 languages quite a lot. Less so Spanish now, because I don't get out much. Back in when I was still out and about, like pre-COVID times, I hear Spanish a lot around me. If you were to learn Japanese, I don't think it would be of much use to you. I see. That's fair. That makes sense that you're learning Spanish. Or not Spanish. Did you say... Wait, I lost track. Was it Spanish or Italian? No, it was Spanish, right? Oh, Italian. Sorry, Italian. Spanish. Italian. Why not Spanish, actually? Why not both? Or do you plan on it sometime and you just wanted to start with Italian? Do you plan on visiting Italy? I like the Italian culture for its lifestyle. I think you plan on learning Spanish too? Okay. I think Spain and Italy have a lifestyle for older people. Like as one gets older, the lifestyle that Spain and Italy has becomes more and more romantically attractive. And what I mean by romantically, I don't mean like intimate. Like it's very romantic. The philosophy that Spain and Italy has compared to, well, here in the United States and Japan. Japan's like, that's not quite the same lifestyle. What was it? For Italy, La Vida Dolce, right? La Vida Dolce, something like that. They like living in the moment and liking the quaint stuff about life, and I quite like that. Yeah, La Vida Dolce. Yeah. It's a wonderful philosophy. I quite like it. Or A Vida Dolce? Dolce? Yeah, the sweet life. Yeah, yes, that. Yeah. I like that romancing of the Italian lifestyle. Does it happen? I don't know. I'm a foreigner, obviously, but kind of nice. And then you have Japan, which is something else entirely. So how often do you use Duolingo for Italian? How is the course, by the way? And I guess how long have you been using it? Itsu. Uchi. What?
Uchi ni.
Oh, uchi ni. Oops. Wait.
Itsu.
Itsu uchi. Oh, itsu. Yeah. Itsu uchi ni. Itsu uchi ni kairimasu ka? When are you returning home? Oh, itsu, right. Itsu, the interrogative. Itsu uchi ni kairimasu ka? Kairimasu ka?
毎日家事をしますか?
52 days? Nice. Alright, we're about the same number of days at least. You're finishing the English course. Oh, okay. There are 2 lessons for you. How'd you like the English course? I am way down the line, maybe a year plus. I'm gonna use one of the language. It's probably gonna be Spanish. The idea is to use another language to learn English using the Duolingo app, because I am very curious about how English is taught for those who use Duolingo for English. And I get to brush up and review all my basic English and foundations. When you're a native, when you become a native speaker, often you forget a lot of your foundations, or you don't use your foundations anymore. So it would be really fun to see how they implicitly describe English grammar. Because if it's anything like Japanese, there are probably not going to be a lot of grammar points. However, I haven't asked anyone yet what the English course is like. What ticks you off sometimes is that I translate the phrase correctly, but just using different words. Yeah, that's true for, so far I've only used it for Japanese for the last 48 days. And yeah, that can happen. Even with the restrictive nature of Japanese language, when they translate into English, it can be a lot of different things too. So that's interesting. You're learning English. So what is your educational background for English? That's gonna happen. Yeah, the phrase correctly thing. I don't think that's what I wanted to find out. If others are having if Duolingo punishes others for using different words, but they're often synonymous in English. However, there is a nuance to them that most English speakers will not talk about. I think there are a lot of English variances, but English itself don't have any fixed rules a lot of times. They have a very low barrier of rules. So you can probably express a lot of things near the end that will probably be considered incorrect on Duolingo, and how they would address how flexible their answers are. You started learning English when you were 8 years old? Yeah, that's great. So yeah, you'll probably encounter a lot of English phrases that are considered regionally different. And Duolingo, they try their best to include as many alternative answers, and they even do it in the super simple case of Japanese. However, Japanese is super specific, so even then they kind of still at least accept somewhat changing phrases. CBH, I've never been a fan of school English. I see. Yeah. So Duo sticks with the old formal stuff. Yeah. Duo sticks with old school formal English. They rely on all the statistics and research that comes from child development. So most of their stuff is built on the time-tested statistics. So when they say like scientifically backed or research backed, they're really referring to adolescence acquisition. So not later stage like adult stuff, because later stage adult stuff is very variant, right? Very variant. So just like you're saying, like you speak English so much for so much time, and proper English is not what most people use. They use regional English. Regional English happens a lot. In fact, if I use proper English now, it will probably make me sound very, very different. And I typically use that formal English in a formal setting, like at a university. And it became like another, okay, yeah, you use a lot, so you become second nature, yeah. But that's the, okay, fair enough. Present perfect, which I guess is this. Well, I don't even remember what that stuff is. Yeah, present perfect. Like, I started talking about it a lot because learning Japanese reminded me of how much I like English grammar. I was a oddball, I suppose. I liked English grammar. I like school English. However, most of the time, it's very hard to remember school English, generally speaking, because when you become native like, or you are a native speaker, you do not formally keep up with school English, proper English. And learning that again would be fun. So come back like another year and I'll probably learn English again through Duolingo just to see what type of formal stuff. But learning Japanese made me think about all the English stuff again. I don't know if learning Italian will remind you of all the grammars of your Portuguese or your English alongside it. I've been revisiting a lot of English stuff because of Japanese. Like predicates, gerund phrases, you know, prepositional phrases, the predicates, future perfect past, you know, future tense, past tense, subjunctive, indicative, transitive, intransitive verbs, helping verbs, linking verbs, demonstratives. I don't know if Duolingo I don't know if Duolingo uses these terms at all, and I'm very curious. It sometimes does. Okay, it sometimes does. Fair enough, fair enough.
毎日家事をしますか？毎日？毎日家事をしますか？
Okay. Aji? Wait, why does that always sound... Oh.
家事をしますか？
I sound like I have some background in linguistics too. I'm sorry to disappoint, but I don't have a background in linguistics. I do have a background in communication though. Or like what I mean is I worked professionally where speaking is very important. Speaking and writing is very important. So that's as close as it gets. In terms of linguistics, I throw around words and stuff. I'm as casual as you are, I would say. Linguistics is something a lot of else people can educate me on. I am someone who writes and communicates a lot in his professional background. So my old school, my old job or career dealt a lot with speaking and writing. So it's very important to know how to speak properly and write properly. Not so much language. I largely speak English for the most part, outside of with my parents. Kind of fun when you have an observant mind, and it may sound like I know something about linguistics. It's all from this last 47 days with talking with other people.
毎日家事をしますか?
What do you plan on doing? What do you do or plan on doing career-wise? I go to work every morning? Let's see. 毎日 Wait, you can go to work? Okay, so 毎日家事に行きます?
毎朝
Oops, not
毎
my
朝
Oh, every morning, sorry.
毎朝
毎朝仕事
仕事に行きます
行きます。仕事。毎朝仕事に行きます。Career-wise, that is a good question. Sorry if it's too loaded. Maybe some interest that you would like to pursue. You're looking for a job right now, preferably a communication-wise one. Oh, what form of communication are you talking about? Are you gonna go like the linguistic routes? Electronic communication things? It could be a computer science thing. There's so much with communication. Public speaking. You do have multiple languages under your belt. That seems very useful, I would believe. And you know English with other languages, so that's a bonus. I can see a lot of potential there. 仕事の後 something に帰ります Oh, returning. So, I mean, that looks like an apartment, right? Apato. There it is.
アパート
Apato. Yeah, ramen, desato, and sports. Wait. Yeah, sports. Sports. You have some interest in public speaking, or nice. Selling and graduation on linguistics. That would be nice too. Nice. Nice. Well, there you go. I think that's very reasonable. Gotta find that niche for your skills. There is a lot of undervaluedness. I don't know if that's the same in Brazil, but I know that it's actually kind of hard to find multilingual like public speaking gigs. However, it does allow you to travel and then find your use cases as well abroad or somewhere else too. So if you are a fan of potentially going to Italy, that sounds pretty sweet. I mean, teaching English, Portuguese, right? And stuff. That public speaking that way, or internationally, maybe even diplomats, right? governance something. But to be honest, speaking other language isn't particularly a skill that everyone values. It's not. It really isn't. Yeah. So that's why I was trying to be a little optimistic. A little bit. Yeah, career-wise, optimistically, you need to find a niche. Like if you're really pursuing like multi-speaking, right? And I can't speak for other countries, but in the United States is not, as you can imagine, it's a country that's English dominant is not necessarily, it's even more so in an English dominant country, that it's very specific use cases like diplomacy. Diplomats tend to find that useful. Not so much language teachers anymore. So there are a lot of things where it involves traveling. So a career in some sort of traveling, foreign diplomat is a very specific use case. That would mean that the demand is pretty low, right? They're very specific use cases, especially if English continues to be the vehicle, the bridge. Yeah, that's understandable. I would agree with that feeling. Tanaka-san wa bangohan o tabemasu.
O.
Watashi wa uchi ni kaerimasu.
Ni.
So Tanaka is eating dinner. I'm going to return home. I'm returning home. So you're at a university now? You're in uni? Or are you in high school? When you mention graduation, I guess it's uni. And I don't know. This is presumptuous of me to say that high school doesn't have specializations. So I'm gonna presume university. Post 12 years of education. And I'm not gonna use high school because not every place has high school. So post 12 years. I guess you're 12-year plus, right? 12-year plus education. Kaji o shimasu. So Osaka, obviously not. Mainichi, that's fine. Yeah, mainichi, frequency.
毎日
Sushin, coming from, that's not great. And then we have Kaidan stairs. You're 17? Okay. High school? Or 11, I guess that's about 11 years, right? 11, 12 years. Solid. It fascinates me so much. I'm a millennial, so like I'm 2 generations apart from you, or maybe a generation apart from you, and it's so interesting to meet kids your age using a language learning tool. Because these things didn't exist when I was a kid. Smartphones didn't exist when I was 17 years old. And I was born before the internet. So, a couple years before the internet. I'm 37. Yeah, I'm almost 2 generations older than you. You wouldn't consider yourself a kid? For me, the use of the word youth is anyone who's below the adolescent age of 18. So that's kind of... So, for me, I am old enough to be your father. If it was my age when how often people have children back then, yeah. I'm 20 years older than you. So obviously it's not I'm not using kid literally. And I feel I like that there are younger people than me. And when I call people kid, it means that they're very, I hope they're young, enthusiastic, and ambitious. It's not to, I'm not going to say that other Americans do this. But for me, I like to believe that younger people are youthful and exciting and impressionable. I don't want to treat younger people like old bags like me. Like, I'm a lot older and there are a lot of things I think about. But when I think about 17-year-olds and whatnot, I think about a potential, you know, a potential person that can be mentored and have goals and dreams and stuff. You would consider yourself a lad? That works. If I was from Britain. But lad is good. Yeah, a wee young lad. I usually use the word youth. Youth. Youth is the word I say as frequently as kids. Youth. Got that, youth. Or spring chicken. I could consider yourself a spring chicken. I'm more of a fall chicken, you know. That's not a thing, by the way. But spring chicken is a thing. Throw it back. Spring chicken. Let's see.ダニエルさんはうちに帰ります。私は友達とコーヒーを飲みます。
2を
今うちに帰ります。
Do I have kids? I do not have kids. No. I do not have kids. I did spend most of my time teaching or like concerned about kids around youth, all right, lads around your age. So most of my time is focused on lads around your age, between the age of 16 to 21, 16 to 21, 22, usually around 18. That's kind of the age of my focus. A lot of times everything's around there. When I talk to like people my age, the conversation is very different. I was kind of a teacher to some extent. It was both. I used to do science. I used to wanted to pursue a scientific career in biology, in molecular biology, and then I specifically to be a professor, a university professor. But that had a lifestyle that I was unable to maintain. So now I do it casually in other ways. But largely, I like seeing youth like you, 17 to 18 years old, have all the tools and like experience necessary to be successful in life. I enjoy watching adolescents become adults and being successful at it. I think a lot of times it's become quite cynical. It's become quite cynical, the frequency of youth around 18 to 21 struggling with a lot of things that I saw myself struggling with when I was an adult, when I was a kid, when I was younger. And it's not necessarily the same thing. However, the times have changed. What I struggled with was actually a bit abnormal, and now it's become more of a normal thing, and that's kind of where it draws my interest. You like speaking to older people, specifically those more intelligent than you, or more intelligent? I like more intelligent. That's fine. No comparison, right? It's not necessarily meaningful to compare different people, but more intelligence, that's satisfactory. I respect these people a lot. They can teach me so many things. I hope you have a lot of people around you that can do that. Family, friends, have a good support system. You sound like someone who, so far you haven't said something super negative, and you haven't typed like 90% negative words. So I imagine you have a loving environment around you, hopefully, that allow you to encourage you to do things. Nowadays, when I'm on Twitch and I'm learning something, the first thing, like the first 6 or 7 comments, statistically is likely something negative. You wouldn't say that? Okay, fair enough. Well, this is where you might, compare and look at other people. But at least your speech is pretty auspicious. You're proactive. The language you're using, at least to me, the English language you're using is suggesting you're more positive than you are negative. Because, I'm sure you've been around Twitch enough when someone says, oh yeah, this sucks. Oh, I hate when this happens. I hate this because why does this always suck? Why can't this just be good? Like, wow, I'm just grinding away. Wow, what a waste of time. Those are the comments you get, or at least I get, when far more frequently than someone who says, I want to learn this, I want to learn that, I think I like this, I enjoy this. You don't get that very much, at least in my opinion. You don't get that as much compared to a swarm of, like, what's the point of this? Oh, I just wasted my time, 1 minute, like 1 hour doom scrolling, and now I can't get myself up from bed and to do this thing. And I know I should be doing this, but I don't care anymore. That kind of stuff. So, you don't sound like that, at least in my opinion. for the brief time we've exchanged conversations.
今うちに帰ります。
As an old person or an older person, I would say, I think you're going to be right. I think you're going to be all right. And I'm going to add kiddo, but it sounds like you're pretty healthy.
今うちに帰ります。今
うちに帰ります。
帰ります。今うちに帰ります。
I'm returning home now. ナオミさんはうちに帰ります。アンドリューさんは家事をします。Well, physically you're doing fine, but I'm having some family problems right now. I'm sorry to hear that. I imagine you can... Are you able to see that your family problems will resolve itself in the future? Sorry to hear that you have family
仕事の
problems.
後、休みますか？
How about friends? What about friends? I imagine you have some solid bros here and there. Maybe even some sassy sisters from another mother to chill with. Man, I'm not pessimistic about my family. Then fair enough. Fair enough. That's great if you're not pessimistic. But sometimes, yeah, some things just sadden you. I'm sorry to hear that. It's nice to know that you're not pessimistic about your family, though. How about friends? How are your friends? I imagine you're getting ready to graduate, so that's gonna be a big step. a big step. I don't know how Brazilians work when it comes to graduating. Do people typically go their separate ways, or do you end up pursuing something and you stay close to friends? For me, at least in the United States, it's kind of big, right? United States is kind of big. So oftentimes when high school rolls around, most friends go their separate ways a lot of times. Like the highest frequency is to go their separate ways. You've had some good friends on your side, but since my girlfriend left me, it's been really hard. I'm sorry to hear. First one. You already graduate. Oh, you already graduate high school. Sometimes we stay together, but we must go their separate ways. I see. Yeah, Brazil is a really big place. Oftentimes, it's less noticeable if you live in a like geographically smaller country, so with a less of a footprint. But yeah, I asked that because the United States happens a lot. People go their separate ways because it's a really big place, and some of them kind of keep in touch. Most don't really keep in touch. Just the closest of friends. I'm sorry to hear about your mental health at the moment. What do you do to do you play video games or anything? What do you do to do some self-love, basically? A really big place thriving with money. I can imagine. I can imagine. 仕事の後、休みか。休みますか？休みますか？ Why did I say it so weirdly? 仕事の後、休みますか？いいえ、よく家事をします。So, after work, do you rest? No, I often do chores.
よく弟と家事をします。
The lack of question marks will never not drive you crazy, Hideyoshi. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. That's a funny that's a funny triple negative. The lack of question marks will never not drive me crazy. That's a really funny triple negative. Nice. Well done. I stopped playing some time ago. I don't have anything that I like doing right now. Oh, that's not so hot. That girl I was talking about, I loved her and I'm sorry. You gotta find something. I really hope you find something. Look around, you know. Experiment. And what I mean by experiment, like keep looking. Keep looking for something. I don't like that you said you don't have anything you like doing right now. That's kind of scary. That's very scary. You'll know. Gotta find something to spark that interest. That sounds like a lot of untimely mental stress. Untimely. It might feel like you're very unlucky right now. However, you got a long life. Long life. Luck will go up and down. Just a bump in the road. Oh, you're about to start working? I see. Yeah. You like earning money? That's youth. When do you start working? Or when are you planning to start working? I like chores. Yoku 弟が家事をします。 I said ga. よく音と家事をします。I often do chores with my younger brother. Or my little brother. Why would you switch that up? Duo, why would you just... Okay, I see how it is. Duo. Now they just want to go with little brother, huh? Instead of younger brother. I see how it is. Flexing English's ambiguity. Honestly, I still like younger brother because that is closer
弟
to the idea of little is a bit more literal as opposed to there's some literalness to little. I'm already looking for work. I haven't got nothing yet. Yeah, you did mention that. Not saying that I'm particularly good or better than some people, but as I said before, not everyone appreciates. Yeah, it's tough. And communication skill. Yeah. So, I almost feel like maybe this is something that you've already thought about. Excellent communication skills and multiple linguistics is more the differentiating factor. It's one of those things that a lot of people have a craftsman skill or an artisan skill or like a service skill, and then being multilingual and having communication skills edges you against your competition. So it's more like a... I don't want to like diminish the weight, but how, at least in the United States, it's one of the extra skills, like the one that edges you across your competition. So without another skill to form the foundation on which you can use that language and communication skills, it's often kind of sidelined. And that's my sentiment too. Like, for example, being a scientist doesn't necessarily mean you have to speak multiple languages or have great communication skills. You develop communication skills and writing skills on top of the service you provide. So, no, I'm is an example. So like a blue collar work and white collar work, right? Like if you're a service person or a craftsman, like I guess I wanted to say if you had a skill where you crafted something, as in you make something, like you're a fine craftsman, then oftentimes communication skills and that like adds to that skill. But it can be a service thing, right? If you're teaching, and teaching is a service, right? Or therapy, medicine, a lot of that stuff deals with service. However, communication skills will give you the edge, but not necessarily form a core, because the demand for that stuff is pretty, at least in my opinion, the impression I get from that. So usually when I say I focus on communication skills, it's because I like the skill, but it's not the thing that I built my career on. The career was due to science. So a biologist and schoolwork and doing research, like, you know, being observant and all that other stuff came first. And then having excellent communication skills and writing is an extra, all that extra to put you over the top against your competition. And that kind of makes it so that it feels like it's less valuable, or it doesn't have as much weight, and therefore a lower appreciation for it. It happens. I look around and I'm thinking, yeah, communication is very optional. Communication skills is even optional when people know a lot of language, actually. You can know tons of languages. You don't necessarily have great communication skills. It's a separate discipline, having excellent communication skills. Yeah, it's understandable. Do you have any other skills that you can build on? Like, do you like to, I don't know, play sports? I have no idea. I'm not young enough to be thinking about this stuff anymore. So usually a younger person would pick something that they have as a hobby and potentially take the gamble of changing of dreaming to turn that hobby into a job by sacrificing its enjoyment, but also turning it into a career sacrificially, right? You play volleyball. I don't really think I can take that as a career. I see.
仕事の後、家に帰りますか？
Probably gonna need some self-exploration sometime. Explore. Writing is kind of related to communication and linguistics, but writing can be used in a lot of ways. So, not so much communication and language, but being able to use language and communication to help people write things is a potential high demand kind of thing. Like, oh yeah, you have someone, like say a company that needs someone to read a lot of things and then write a lot of things. That's a really excellent core foundation that you can adapt to a lot of careers. When you have to produce something, produce writing for someone, review things, manage someone's like speech, like basically producing a product with writing can be a way to integrate communication skills and multiple languages, like translation on writing, as opposed to the active role of speaking different languages, but using it as a purpose. Maybe some online stuff like web writing. And then the other stuff would be like customer service. And I don't think most people don't like to do customer service stuff. That's, although there is a high demand for customer service, but a huge, I don't know if it's the same in Brazil, but in the United States, it's a huge turnover when it comes to customer service. So that stuff is, technically, if you have great communication skills, and bonus if you're multilingual, customer service is a really terribly mentally stressful and unrewarding job, but it's high in demand because of that. There's really high turnover when dealing with like a sales representation or things like that. It's usually one of those things people do for a time and then move on. So there is that for communication and multilingual stuff. It's more of like a stepping job because it's really under appreciated. Like you get beaten down because you're a customer service rep. You break a leg, but I don't let the ball touch the ground. I break a leg, but I don't let. Fair enough. Not that I'm bad in any way when in the court. I always give it the best. Yeah, I see. You like writing something? When I was younger, I thought of being a screenwriter. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know how much experience you need as a screenwriter to land a screenwriting gig. Or maybe even understudy, or someone to transcribe things. Does Brazil have an internship programs, so you can like be an understudy for a while, or find a mentor and then leap off from there to integrate writing skills? Yeah, internship are like someone kind of like a mentor thing where you study under someone and it's really not paid most of the time. Internships are more like, oh yeah, there's this guy who needs someone to help, so you get to be with the person, and if you do well, they'll give you a reference or offer you a way to step up into the career. When it comes to like screenwriting direction, kind of like a apprentice. I think the other word that most people use is apprenticeship. So you're like, you know, I don't want to say like It's more like mentor and student still. Mentor and student kind of relationship. And usually these aren't paid per se, but if you get lucky, maybe they'll also offer some side pay. Usually when it comes to writing, if you're doing writing careers, you study under someone a lot of times, or you do a lot of paperwork and grunt work for someone, and then you get good references. At least that's how my impression around the world. I think I have the patience and self-control to work on customer service. Hey, if you do, if you can even work for American companies, being on the Western Hemisphere. Customer service companies are international all the time. Like, people drop customer service positions all the time because it is tough. Your whole job is to deal with people who are already upset about a problem in a product. So there's no shortage in demand. That's an entry job that I think it's universal. It's universal anywhere, and most of it is remote. So you could be working for an American corporation, usually an American corporation, regardless of where you live. So there's always that. Like, heck, you can probably work for Twitch, technically. I'm sure at the moment, lots of tech companies aren't hiring until they have reasonable fiscal years that seem optimistic to expand. The whole tech sector is contracting right now, so probably not a customer service rep for a tech sector. Other things, like phone companies, utilities, things like electricity, things like that. My cousin himself offered me one to work with him sometime in his garage. Oh, cool. Auto mechanic? That'll be cool, but I would like to know how to do that. I don't even know if their resume is like ours. Oh, okay. Okay, I see. Oh, and you're talking about the apprenticeship thing. As an auto mechanic or something. What kind of garage? Huh. Yeah, those are some... And yeah, resumes will probably vary. Like in Brazil, we have something called CV. Yeah, we still have CVs. So the resume is in English, in American English, I don't know. Maybe Americans in general. The CV is your curriculum vitae, which deals with lots of school stuff. And then the resume is after you accumulate job experience, and then you no longer rely on your academics or your school stuff. So when you're leaving school, you use your CV to land some of your first jobs, and then you start building a resume, and then the resume moves on, and then you kind of leave most of your educational stuff back, like, and that's where the curriculum vitae is. So you start with that, yeah. So it's still here. I guess if I say resume, I'm a little bit referring to after you have job experiences. Yeah, but CVs still exist. Yeah, if you say CV, most Americans would know what you're talking about. I don't know if that's an official difference. A lot of times. I don't know. Most people here that are around me, they when it comes to jobs, they value experience, and then when you're getting out of school, you use CVs. Yeah, it's a natural progression, I suppose. I don't know if it's a rule that they call it CVs or resume. Not sure. Okay. So, let's see. Do you return home after work? Okay. So, no? No, okay. No. いつもコーヒーに行きます。I go to coffee. I always go to cafe. I always go to cafe.
仕事の後、韓国のドラマを見ます。
Oh, it's like that too? I see. Yeah. So, hey, if you think you can do customer service, I think if there's anything, in my opinion, I've been looking around for jobs because not for myself, but I've been looking around for jobs in general, at least in the United States, because there are other people that I know that need ideas for jobs, and they're about in the same position in life, and oftentimes customer service, it's like at the top of the list. When you're doing like job searches and stuff, it's like for every one of other type of entry position, like 10 customer service jobs by some sort of multi-conglomerate or some corporation that's international. In fact, there are listings for companies that are in the United States that actually has Brazil locations. So like it does actually happen. So that if there's anything available, it's probably customer service. And being able to speak English is probably the minimum requirement. I don't know if in the same it's the same here in Brazil, but there is this thing called obligatory military service. Oh, I had no idea. So it's more like Korea and stuff. Dang, not that I'm aware of. I don't. It's a no in the United States. It is a no. Do you do it after 18? When is the age? Like 21? And until you don't go into the HQ to solve things, you basically cannot work, travel, and sometimes more. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 18. Okay. So you still have to do that. I see. Yeah. Not that I'm aware of. I don't think the United States have that requirement. Yeah. In any case, like for myself, no. For myself was a no. Although I don't know how it works with education. There is I still think it's a no. I think there are places where like there are countries where you waive the military service. You waive the military service for until you finish some sort of career related thing. So I don't know if that's something you can do in Brazil, where if you immediately get something else at the age when you turn of age, you can do that stuff until you're done with that stuff and then do the military service.
仕事の後、韓国のドラマを見ます。仕事の後。仕事の後、韓国のドラマを見ます。
韓国のドラマを見ます。Why does 韓国 look so weird on here?
韓国のドラマを見ます。仕事の後、韓国のドラマを見ます。
Yeah. Okay.
家事の後、寝ます。
You will turn 18 on June, so I also think a part of the problem of being unemployed right now is that I see. I don't know. I mean, your brother... Your cousin sounds like he's got your back, or he or she's got your back. Sounds like your cousin's got your back, right? What may make you secondhand think about your cousin's offer? Although we're not going to focus on what it's like to be in business or like in practice or working for a family member. That's something a bit of a deep cut for me. He's pretty old. Okay, but he's really intelligent. I see. It sounds your cousin has your interest in mind. I haven't ever worked for a family member in my adult life, but you could kind of say my family ran a family restaurant for a while, and working for family is kind of weird, but it's not the same as you and your cousin per se. The cousins are extended family members, so it might not be as volatile as working with immediate family. Immediate family has some potential conflicts of interest occur all the time. Like working for your parents. That can be a little bit tough, especially when someone is growing into adulthood, when someone's getting older in years. He also knows English. He pilots boats. He knows how to pilot planes also, from what it seems. Sounds like an amazing person to at least spend some months working with, you know? He said that sometime when we were not working, he could take me to a free flight. Yo, I feel like you've practically answered your own question here. Your cousin sounds amazing. You even sound like you have a lot of admiration for your cousin. And also bilingual, you know? Older, you say you speak to older people. You like to speak to older people. That sounds like a lot that would work in your favor. 家事の後寝ます。After chores, I sleep. Just, I sleep. After chores, I sleep. I do chores every morning. 毎朝家事をします。
毎朝家事をします。
家事の後晩ご飯を食べます。
家事の後、晩ご飯を食べます。
Hey, I forgot to get my 2 hearts back, so let's do our 2 hearts and keyboard entry here. All right. What the heck? Sun? What? 3?
3時ですか?
Okay. All right. Oh, that sun. Okay. Sunji. What the? I want this. Sunji. This. Huh?
1時ですか?
Yeah, Sanji desu ka. It created a kanji that it created a different kanji that I didn't want. Ichichi. Oh my gosh, why is it written like that? Chichi desu ka? Oh no, they're unkanji-ifying. Is it 1 o'clock? Oh my gosh. They're unkanji-ifying things.
何時ですか?
Okay. 何時ですか?
3時頃です。
Okay. It's about 3 o'clock.
今何時ですか?
今何時ですか? Oh boy. We'll just do this.
3時半です。
How do I form kanji on keyboard? On the OS, if you're using a Windows platform, you can download IMEs in your settings, and then you toggle it off and on using the Windows OS. and I input romaji to get the kana, and then you can flip the kana into kanji or katakana when you need. There are 3 writing systems in Japanese. I don't know how familiar you are with Japanese, but you toggle between the 3 writing systems using romaji, like the romance characters. That's how I would use an English keyboard to do it, and I need to practice it. I don't really practice it very often, so that it makes it useful that I can type Japanese on a keyboard. It's one of my least used skills right now. So whenever I had to get new hearts on Duolingo, I try to practice that. Oh, you had no idea about the writing system? Yeah, sometimes I feel like a lot of people know about the different writing systems. It's been a long time now, so I want to make sure I'm not sounding too hard to understand. Yeah, so kanji is the, like, for example, this thing right here. Sun, the 3 slashes. Sun is kanji, and then above it is sa-n, which is the kana. And kana, usually kanji, the kana is urigana up here, and it's usually referred to as hiragana. And hiragana tells you what it sounds like, basically. So you kind of know hiragana, and you build on kanji. So this itself, I can recognize as sun now, sun. However, it can be written this way to help someone who doesn't know what this kanji sounds like yet. And then hiragana is usually converted to kanji when you can. So in Duolingo, yes, so hiragana is phonetics, yeah. So kana, so you have hiragana, which are like of Japanese origin. And then you have katakana, which are reserved for borrowed words. And they both constitute kana for short. And that's where the sounds come from. If we had to equate anything, that's where the sound comes from. So katakana is something like newsu. So newsu, this is the word for news. And it looks different from hiragana. So if I were trying to do this in hiragana, it would look more like I don't even know how you do. Wait. I guess. And then I'll still use this thing, I suppose. And su, maybe like this. So I don't think you'll ever see nusu. Nusu. I don't know if that's a word or anything, but nusu. So you have 2 systems, one for borrowed words and one of Japanese origin. And then all of the hiragana, this stuff, gets condensed into kanji. So now you have 2 characters in hiragana, but you only have to remember one thing, per se. One thing. And that's usually the thing that kind of drives people away from the Japanese writing system. To me, it's really fun. It's kind of like saying, how do you remember, like, how, like, dog fetches ball, right? How do you remember this without remembering all of these things? You could instead have like a ball and you could draw a dog, right? I'm very bad. But So you could draw this, right? You could draw this and say a dog and a ball, and then you could forget this. You don't have to remember these actual words, and every time you see this thing, you're gonna say dog fetches ball. So whenever you see this actual picture, it means dog fetches ball. So that's kind of what kanji is doing, only in a more empirical way. So when you see this, you see this, right? So these two are equivalent. Only whenever you see this, you're actually pronouncing this, not whatever this is. So it's compressing the information. It's kind of like when you have memories. When you look at your, I don't know, your favorite teddy bear. When you look at your favorite teddy bear, you could have a whole story linked to that teddy bear, right? And that teddy bear itself becomes all of the story. So you're condensing everything into a smaller object. And I call it compressing. You're compressing the stuff. So kanji is a natural compression. And there are some English versions of this. There are some English ideas you can parallel. Like when you're saying something like put on top. So like an example is put on top of something. Right? Right? This phrase, like say you put something on top of something. You could turn this whole thing into place. So if you place something, you put on top of that something. So what happens is this word ends up telling more, right? And English, when you get into like, if you start thinking about the higher level English, which not a lot of people use often, it's usually in like writing and a lot of times in scientific talks and stuff, you use words that are more compressed. They have a lot more meaning than using several words. So instead of saying I put a ball on top of the table, I place the ball on the table. So then you contract. So words are, you use fewer words, and those words themselves mean more things. It's more descriptive. And kanji is an example of that, but in a very, very discrete way. Like it's a very different way that they're using to capture more meaning into fewer things. And that's kind of cool. I like it. Most of my life, I've been improving my English or been learning about my English in order to become more like kanji. So oftentimes I don't use words like, what do you do? As opposed to, what are your interests? Interest and do you do they kind of express similar things, but interest has more meaning to it. There's a lot more things than what do you do? That's too broad. It's too ambiguous. So oftentimes the very nature of the difference between your English choices elevates how much meaning you can get in a small amount of time. You can get just as much meaning spending half the time if you're able to make your English a lot more sophisticated or complex. That's kind of summarizing what Japanese people already automatically do with their writing system, which English doesn't. English does not do exactly one for one this type of compression. It'd be so much easier if Japanese was just written normally. Well, it's a different system, and what's normal to them is not normal to people outside the system, right? I find this very normal now. I know it's only been 48 days, but it's very normal. It does help that it does change it a little because I'm also Chinese in heritage. So oftentimes when my parents speak and I'm speaking, it ends up appearing that way too. Things like, you know, if you have the word for ice and you have the word for box and you combine ice box, then you have fridge. And in a way, the reason why I use this is because this is English does this too. English compresses. So when you compress, English just uses a new word for it. So the whole normal thing is probably doing with the idea that the alphabet doesn't change, right? Like our characters don't change. Fridge is still composed of the 25 characters. Meanwhile, when you have Japanese, you have to learn how to write it differently. Imagine if someone doesn't know what a fridge is. Well, yeah. And the funny thing is, when I say fridge to my parents, 冰区, I'm saying icebox. And then if they ask me how to say icebox, 冰区, in English, I tell them it's a fridge, not an icebox. So it's one of those things that the uniqueness of how, I guess I'm going to say westernized language, how English compresses meaning is using a different mechanic than how maybe Chinese and Japanese compresses meaning in their mechanics. They legitimately change the writing of the characters. Meanwhile, things like English use a different combination of the characters that they already know instead of creating new characters. And it's kind of cool. I mean, if you like drawing, I know you didn't give me any impression about pictures, right? Pictures. It's pictographic. And if you're a fan of drawing things to mean other things, then that's kind of how I feel about Japanese. The more you can draw, the more images and more spatially aware you are, you might take well to Japanese, adopt really well to Japanese pictorial, and maybe like Mandarin and Korean pictorial type of language, as opposed to our alphabets in the Western world. Anyways, don't you worry, you're not distracting me. I actually love explaining these kind of things because it's also explaining how much I've learned about Japanese, right? Like you're giving me the opportunity to explain the things I've learned about Japanese in the last 48 days. And it's become very natural for me to be able to explain these things. Most of the time I learn and immediately I figure out how I can explain it to someone else. Just think like a teacher all the time. Make it approachable. And I don't ever want to make it sound like it's too complicated. So if someone tells me like, oh man, you're making it sound too complicated, and like that sounds not understandable, that's usually then you're failing to teach anything, because usually you're trying to make it sound understandable without sacrificing how complex it is, right? So if you, I hope I didn't scare you away from learning Japanese sometime down the road. It's a beautiful language. I really like the way it sounds. Minus some things. It does. It teaches me more, yes. If I fail to do something, or if I do something that I didn't know if I go to do something and I didn't know how to do it, then it teaches me more about myself and the other person. And also the other person then challenges me to do something, make sure that I learn more, right? That's kind of the idea. Always take risk in teaching something, but be aware of what you don't know and what you do know. Kanji is simplification in a way, yes. You could say it in that way, that kanji is trying to make it more condensed, as in there's more meaning to units of things. So it's more of a condensation where the meaning is still there. All the meaning is still there, but how to represent it has been condensed into smaller units, right? Kind of like I almost want to say it's more like a a luggage, like your box. If your box is made of like 30 units, right? If it only can contain 30 units, you can make 60 units, pair them up, and they become 30 units. And then you can still fit it in the box. But the thing is, you have 60 units worth of knowledge. So you're reducing it by half because they pair up. So you're just going to pair up half and half. So you only have to remember 30 things now instead of 60 things. And the reason why this is because if you think of if you think about how long a sentence is going to be, imagine a sentence with 60 words versus like 60 quote unquote words versus a sentence with 30 words, quote unquote. You're going to have a gigantic sentence versus half that length. And lots of the kanji writing helps to make the sentence look nice, like more legible. So a lot of the whole reason behind kanji, one of the bigger motivations behind kanji that you notice is it makes the sentence read a lot better, and it's not like gigantic to create a single expression. English does the same thing in a way. You substitute words so that your sentence become less wordy. As in, if it takes you 3 sentences to express something, you can attempt to make it more concise and write it in 2 sentences or in 1 sentence. Then you can have the rest of those sentences to convey other ideas. That's more or less how kanji is doing it in a different way. But in my vision, it's way overcomplicated to simplify things and just to give meaning to them and saying what they are. For me, it looks like a guessing game. Hey, you might surprise yourself. Like, sometimes things might seem complicated until you expose yourself to it and you practice it a little bit, right? You'd be surprised how open-minded, like how it can introduce new ideas and new ways of thinking if you took some time to explore these things. So just because you say it's overly complicated and it looks like a guessing game, I feel like that's even more fun, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be more fun for you to see like, hey, can you get used to this? If you can get used to this, it's another tool you can do. Not just in language learning, but in other things. Like I do use this type of logic for other things like computer writing, computer languages, problem solving, how to play video games even. That's generally how this is one method you can use to become more efficient at things. So for example, numbers is a great example. Like if I told you these numbers, right? 3317658. If I just said 3317658. I chose 7 numbers because it's a rule of 7. 7 is a magic number when it comes to human memory, right? If I told you this, you will have a much easier time if I told you 33 17 658. Now this is 3 units versus 7. Or you break it up any way you want. You could say 31 76 58. That's 4 units versus 7. So kanji is doing that. They're taking the 2 and combining it into 1. So kanji is compressing the number of things. What I mean by magic number, back in the day, a long time ago, and it might not be true now, it might drift. Long time ago, when if someone is to give you information, the average person as a human being will likely be able to remember around 7 new things immediately. So this is the kind of one of the reasons behind certain number elements being around 7. So if I told you 8 different things, once I start getting past 7, it gets very, very difficult. So it's a lot of times people, when you're thinking about trying to remember things, you're trying to keep it below 7 new things. However you want to associate it. Like for example, if I told you 3 animals, right? Or let's say I say dog, cat, elephant, catfish, goldfish, and alligator. Okay? So, oh wait, one more. We need one more. Eagle. Okay? So this is 7 things. 7 things. And when you remember it, you're thinking of 7 separate things. That's kind of going to be, on average, the most difficult spike that you have. To reduce this, to make room for more space, you could say, oh yeah, dogs and cats, they're related. So that becomes one thing. It's like elephants, all right, nothing's really popping out. Elephants, I'll keep alone. But catfish and goldfish are fish. So then that becomes one thing. So you group them together. And then, yeah, alligators and eagles are separate. So what happens now is it becomes 5 things that you're remembering. It's called clustering. You're clustering them together. So that's 5 things. So you can take on 2 new things on average. 2 new things to remember. And you can, let's say the next thing that I add is a parrot. Right? And then another thing would be a bass, like a fish bass. That's a bad example. I'm trying to give another example, like I can just add another bird. So like an owl, right? So technically, you still have 5 things, but the new things you got were parrots and owls. They're all birds. So then you technically only have 6 new things. So the idea is that as you're going up, and if you really want to make sure the 7 things that are new that you want to remember, you're trying to cluster and compress as much as you can to about 7 things or less. And when you cluster them, you can guess one thing and then you'll remember the other thing. So when you think of dogs, you'll think of a cat. So you remember technically one thing because you're imagining dogs and cats together as opposed to a dog and a cat. And that's what kanji does. So kanji, this character unifies 2 separate characters. 2 separate characters together. So instead, it's going to feel like you're remembering one thing versus 2 separate things. And kanji, as you compress a lot more, a person in their mind is going to think of fewer things. So when someone's speaking, you can picture it. You don't think your mind functions like that. I think, so here's the thing. I know you probably don't feel or think your mind functions like that is largely because it's under practice. Like, I'm not going to convince you that this will solve or maybe the case is oftentimes how it works is you're not using that technique. You might be using other types of techniques, but this is a technique you do not use very often. And oftentimes when you're repeating things, like you say, when you're learning something, right? When you're learning something, you repeat it. You repeat it until you keep it, right? That's not like saying or do what I just said. Do what I just said. It's a do you and do this. So it's not like if you repeat it and that helps you remember, it's not if you do this, you don't do the other thing. It's you decide you don't use the technique I'm talking about. And then you're using a technique you grew up using. Repeating stuff multiple times and try to use it in a sentence is a form of grouping. So here's the grouping for using a sentence. So say you learn 7 new things. 7 new things. And then you took those 7 things and you used them in a sentence. Right? You use them in a sentence to remember them, right? And the other way you say is to repeat. This is grouping too. This is grouping because now you're learning however many things you have, but you're doing 2 different things. So you're doing 2 different exercises that reinforce the thing. So say if you have one thing you need to remember. One thing you need to remember. If you do 2 things with them, which is repeat, and then use in a sentence, right? You are grouping 2 things to one meaning. So you're still doing the same thing. It's just a different perspective. Your focus is now remembering the one thing early, and you're creating more meaning onto the one thing. So this would be the kanji, and these would be the kana. So you use 2 different things to reinforce one thing. So it's kind of like having, if you want to remember the one thing, you can use all your senses. Speak it, hear it, read it. So these are 3 aspects of the same thing. So it helps you remember it. So that one thing then represents 3 things. How you say it, how you hear it, and how you read it. And that makes memory even solider. It's a different direction, but generally that's how memory works. And you can use it in many different other ways. And the way that I said that you said you don't think your mind functions that way, it's a technique that you don't use like you haven't used that technique. It could be helpful to you if you want. And that's kind of how kanji is working. Not to say that you fundamentally don't use it. You don't use it in this way, so to speak. So grouping happens a lot. You cluster memories a lot to reinforce things. And that's why when you compare someone, you'll try that with Italian. Yeah. Take a word and try to add it on. So for me, how I'm learning Duolingo right now is just this way, right? I try to add as many things and cluster them together as much as I can so that I'm taking in as much as I can per action. And that's kind of it is a little, I am simplifying it a little bit, but that's kind of the thing. Anyways, more for that maybe some other time. But you can Japanese people, that's their writing system, right? Okay, so Sanji, what the heck? Oh, I'm practicing. Sanji. Oh my gosh, it's so weird looking. Oh, I know why this looks weird. Because I'm used to seeing this. See, these are supposed to be in kanji too. Yeah, Sanji Han. So this is supposed to be a kanji, and this is supposed to be a kanji. That's why it looks so weird. Yeah, like I'm already thinking this is weird looking. Sanji Han this. Yeah. It's It's 3:30.
1時半
Okay. Ichi, ji, han. Yeah, usually it looks like this because of kanji. Ji looks like that and han looks like that, as opposed to what was shown in kana. Ichi, han, what?
1時半
Oh, that's it. Okay.
1時です
Okay. It's 1 o'clock.
1時です
Okay. Ima. Yeah, that's fine. I think Goro also has a kanji that I don't know of yet.
今3時頃です
What the? Stop changing it into that. I want this. Okay. Oh my. I really want to know what that means now. Okay. Oh, that's definitely the kanji for sensei. Oh no. Wait. I don't want that. I want this. Can I get in on here? Oh no. Okay. Never mind. I can't do it that way. Enter. Yes. Oh, okay. Maybe I can't do that. Oh, they don't accept it? Oh, no, never mind. I got a typo. I have a typo in Sensei after I tried to delete everything. What the? Hello? Oh, wait. Probably need to hit enter. Okay. There it is. Oh, I can go on this. Yo, Nope. Something about... Something is like it's getting late. It was nice. It was a pleasure to talk with you. But I gotta go to sleep. It's getting late. Or I gotta leave. It's getting late or something. I can see a few like words that I recognize. But... Maybe? Oh, I gotta take a bath. Oh. That was my guess. You gotta take a bath? Fair enough. I tried. Fair enough. Wow, all that? Dang. Okay. You gotta try some, yeah. If you want, I will always try to take a guess. Bano is banho. Okay, banho in Portuguese. Or baño? Baño in Spanish, right? Or that might be bathroom, actually. That's bathroom, probably. Baño. Now that I think about it. Baño. Alright. Hey, if you like it, I'll take guesses at your And then bagno. No. Yeah. Why is bagno? Bagno. I don't know how to pronounce Italian pronunciation, but yeah. Yeah, bagno. Yeah, and the GN becomes ño. Yeah, baño in Spanish. Yeah. At least in my opinion. That's how they combine the G and ño. Nya is GN next to each other. Oh, it's the same in Portuguese? Yeah. Like nya in Japanese is the same too. When they have G's, like ga, ga can become nga. So nga is GN as well. So, and whenever I think about Spanish, I think about the GN being just N with the tilde, with that little like swirly thing on top. So nya, the GN next to each other. And I guess that's where Italians kept the BAGNO with the GN, nya. Like gnocchi, when you say gnocchi, the pasta thing, the potato pasta, gnocchi, GN, GNOCHCCHI or something, gnocchi, it's nya, so GN. The same, it would be like N tilde, gnocchi. Yeah, and they spell it this way, I think. Right, there might be an extra C. I really don't. I'm really terrible with Italian, but there might be an extra C in there or something. But gnocchi, yeah, gnocchi ends up becoming N tilde. Is the sound. Oh, gnocchi. Oh, gnocchi. Okay, yeah, gnocchi. I see. Yeah. So that's exactly it. Yeah, and Japanese has that thing too. Sometimes G's become nyas from time to time. At least in whatever synthetic voice samples that they're using. Anyways, you need to take a bath, right? You could say ioke. You would sound similar. Yeah, true. Ioke. Yeah, ioke. True. Because of the diphthong. I-O are diphthongs. Two vowels next to each other. A fun thing about Japanese is if you know English, and maybe if you know either Portuguese or Espanol, when they do borrowed sounds, they have to get really creative too. And it's kind of like that, what you just did with, you can say ioke instead of nyoke. To get the same sounds. That's what they do with katakana all the time. Like nusu, basketball, jusu, jasu. They get really creative with their sounds. It's kind of fun, but also kind of frustrating to figure out what it is. Sometimes, like sometimes, it's kind of questionable. And it's kind of hard to write, in my opinion. It's kind of hard because the English kind of makes me want to think of something else, like basu. That isn't English at all. Basu. Well, when you put it in a sentence, it could sound like the English because they cut off some of the stuff. Basketball. Yeah, basketball. Nusu, juice, like juice, noose. So when you put it in a sentence, the U's at the end, you can like shorten it so that it ended up sounding like juice instead of juicu. And then basu ends up bus. So bus, juice, noose, necktie. Necktie. Necktie works out really well. It's actually necktie, but when you cut it off, you know, it's like necktie. It's so good. Also so annoying to spell. the closest thing to Japanglish, you know? Anyways. Yeah. Next time. If I'm not getting you excited about Japanese, I would be... If I'm making you sound like Japanese is very not fun, I wouldn't be doing it for 48 days. So, hopefully I'm giving you the impression that Japanese is fun, if you have time and if it's interesting and all that stuff. But I wouldn't tell you that Japanese is a boring thing, and I just spent most of my time in the last month and a half doing something boring. So, hopefully I'm not giving you that impression that you should be scared of Japanese. Not here. Not here. You're too young for that. All right? Too young for that. Okay. None. Wait, what did I mess up? Oh, no, fine. Okay. All right, I gotta get back. Oh no, I still got one more heart. Let me go get the other heart. Japanese don't bite, but it gives me nightmares. Fair enough. Fair enough.
じゃあね。
I'm looking forward for you to tell me something how your Italian goes, you know? Since I've been using Duolingo, I've only met really half the people, less than a third of the people are actually learning Japanese, or like using Duolingo for that matter. And then a lot of every other person, we just talk about how language is funky between everyone. So everyone's like learning a different language while they're learning their own language, but we still talk about language and kind of compare and contrast all the languages. Your Italian is pretty bad. I don't know how you measure Italian, but keep at it. You're learning about food? Yeah, well, you gotta learn about food, man. Like Mela is apple. Ringo. Oh, we can do this back and forth too. That's pretty fun. Like Ringo. Ringo is apple, which technically I haven't learned in Duo, but well, I guess it was shown like one. Manso is cow meat. I think that's. I guess you could use Niku. I don't know if Niku is specifically referring. Oh, not really. You can say beef, which I haven't gotten either. Pollo. Yeah, pollo is still the same. Pollo. Chicken. Oh, someone explained to me how to say chicken meat as opposed to chicken. I only know how to say chicken as in chicken, the live chicken, niwatori, as opposed, and that's not something Duo has told me yet either. Yeah, pollo. Yeah, it's the same as Spanish. I still remember all the basics of Spanish. And pollo, come on. Have you ever watched Breaking Bad? There's no way anyone who has watched Breaking Bad wouldn't know what pollo stands for. Because pollo los hermanos, right? The shop that I forgot his name owns. Yeah, I forgot the guy's name. Fantastic show, by the way. Yeah, Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad is like an international sensation, so yeah. It wasn't it Oils. It's like Chicken Brothers, or what was that? Gus. Oh yeah, Gus Fring. That's right. What was the location called? It reminded me of like Chicken Brothers. I think that's how it is. Los. It might be Los Hermanos de Pollos or Pollos de Hermanos. La Pollo. Maybe it's like El Pollo de Hermanos. It's one of the. It's like Chicken Brothers. Like it's kind of like a Pet Boys kind of thing going. I remember how to say brother in Italian just because of Assassin's Creed. Oh, that's a good point. Hey, that's a great way to learn other languages. playing video games in other languages, or even so, right?
ケンさん、じゃあね。
Ken-san, okay. Bye, Ken.
ナオミさん、どうぞよろしく。
Pollos hermanos can be translated to chicken brothers. Yeah, chicken brothers. Yeah. Pollos hermanos. It's fatero. But do they say fatillo? Like, do they still do the O, yo, for double L's? Fateo? Or do they say fatello? Fatello. As in using both the L's. And that, I get where that's coming from. Like fraternity, frat, for men, like a brotherhood. It's more like a brotherhood. Oh. Fratilio. Not fratilio. Fratilo. You're out. Let's just not let's not have me butcher the entire Italian language.
ナオミさん、どうぞよろしく。
Naomi-san, dojo yoroku. I'm already butchering one language, so let's just stick to butchering one language. Naomi-san, dozo yoroshiku. I missed one. No, I didn't miss one.
ナオミさん、どうぞよろしく。
こんばんは
I thought I
ナオ
missed
ミ
a
です
syllable. Okay.
ケンです。こんにちは。
ケンです。どうぞよろしく。
You knew how to say rest in peace? It was something in passe. Oh, I do know rest in peace too. I have heard rest in peace. And it's not in a great way. Well, it's kind of in a great way, I suppose. When you're playing video games, rip. Maybe not descanse. But I remember in pace, in pace, I think, right? Descanse in pace. I don't know the first word, but pace, I've heard rip before. Like rip as in good luck, sorry, wipe kind of thing, but rip. R.I.P. In video games. Video games, quite a lot. Not that I understand Italian.
Naomi です。どうぞよろしく。
Naomi です。どうぞよろしく。
じゃあね。
ナオミさん、また明日。
どうぞよろしく。
Oh, this is one of the early things too in Japanese, where you learn to greet and say it looks like they start you off the same way in Italian. You greet and say goodbye, and then also learn food. So these are one of the first units too. Even though it's really complicated, saying dojo yoroshiku is incredibly complicated, actually. You find out later, in my opinion.
こんにちは、どうぞよろしく。
Even konnichiwa is very complicated, but you gotta start somewhere for greetings. Yes. Okay. Okay. Why does that not look correct? Oh, I missed a Okay. Okay. They wanted to do in a reverse order. That's kind of a cheap shot, man. I'm just saying. Dang it! I was rushing. I had a typo. Alright. We can get back to our lesson. I'm trying to think if I'm going to do the next 2 exercises. Probably not. I think I'm going to save these repeats for tomorrow. You've also learned conjunctions in Italy? I see. A conjunction? Alright. Like conjunction as in and? And... on like I. Oh, like is that a contraction? Like does it behave the same way as a contraction? Like in English? Like I am. So if you do this, is it like that? Or Italian as well? Like where you combine 2 words? And then, oh, okay, yeah, got it. I know we already just talked about the English words, like the English grammar, and it's usually it's referred to as a contraction. I know it's not really all that important because of English grammar, but this is a contraction. And then conjunction is things like and. When you say like 1 and 2, this would be a conjunction. I wanted to clarify, obviously. Like I wasn't sure. Oh, you say conjunction. Ooh, that's cute. So you say conjunction in Portuguese. I see. That's awesome. Like I didn't know that. Cool. What do you call these things then? What do you call contractions? Or do you call anything a contraction? What does contraction sound like in Portuguese? How do you like what is this now? Or does it just not exist? Like there's nothing ascribed to this. You've never heard anything linguistic wise like a contraction? I see. Okay. So interesting. So what do you call these things? What do you call an? So an, what are other conjunctions? But. Oh, but it means contraction. Oh, what do you call these things? An and but. Or. These things. No. What I mean is, what word do you use to call these things? Like, since conjunctions are like this. What do you call these things in Portuguese? Like, what are these? What type of things are these? You guess conjunctions too? Okay, that works. No. Well, it's a fun question. I don't actually know how it works. So, I think it's easier to not use those names at all. But you know, that's just how grammar works, right? So, that's a funny question. I had no idea. This is why when you learn a language, right? This is why when you learn a language, it reminds you of your old language. So what I mean is, every time I'm learning Japanese and they're trying to describe all the stuff and people are trying to describe all the stuff in English to me, right? Like, oh, it's like this in English and this is what's this in English. Then I start wondering, how do I describe my English anymore? So that's kind of the fun part. And then when other people talk about words and what they call different parts of the sentence and stuff, it's fun because there's a cultural difference between your parental language and the language you're learning. And then when you're talking to another person who's learning a different language and they have a different cultural language background, they would use different terms too. And that leads to some fun, in my opinion, some fun discussions, if not exhausting discussions about language. Like very weird observations about language. Okay. So let's put the keyboard away. Okay. Bangohan no ato souji. Yeah, souji o shimasu.
晩ご飯の後掃除をします。
Okay. Nani?
何
I like.
何
Okay.
何
I help with chores. Verbal conjunctions. I'm not a teacher, but I would say that they are verbal. Okay. Verbal conjunctions. Serve to link other. Okay, verbal conjunctions. I see. That makes sense. Honestly, that does make sense. Yeah, verbal conjunctions. Although, do you only use conjunctions on verbs? Oh. I wonder why it's called a verbal conjunction. Yeah, she is 21 but still studies. Yeah, so that's a verbal conjunction because you're connecting. So a verbal conjunction, right? You're connecting verbs. So she, and then is 21. So is 21 is a verb phrase, or not a verb phrase, but a verb object. Well, actually, we'll just say she is, and then still studies, right? And then 21. So 21 is an adjective. Being something, which is, so there's two, right? And then the and or the but is combining is but still. So she is 21, she still studies. So she is but still. Yeah, so this would be a verbal conjunction. Yeah, I agree. What about noun conjunction? So for example, she has a ball, pencil, and paper. I guess you would call this nominal. Nominal. Maybe it's probably like a nominal conjunction. Oh, nominal? You think it's nominal? See, nominal also means number as well. So I don't know that is Yeah, it might be, yeah. I mean, it might be nominal, as in like a noun conjunction. And then there's also, I'm guessing, if there's verbal conjunctions, then there are probably independent clause conjunctions. Clause conjunctions. Clause conjunctions. So you could say, I have a ball and he has another ball. So this would be a clause conjunction. It's a conjunction used to link clauses together. So you have two independent sentences or two independent clauses being conjuncted together. Conjunct. I don't think it's a clause. You don't think so? What word do you use for clauses? What's another word for clauses? This is a clause. These are clauses in English, but you might be using maybe Portuguese has a different one because she doesn't necessarily have a ball. That's not how clauses work. But for him to have one, no. That's not. That's conditional. You're thinking about conditional stuff. So like if he has a ball, then she might have another. So this would be a conditional clause. Conditional clause. And this would follow the condition. So this would be a statement. However, when you're conjoining two independent clauses, they are accepted as fact. So they're not dependent on each other. So if I had a ball, or if, like not saying if, I had a ball and you have another ball, these are independent clauses. So they're not related to each other. So this would be an independent conjunction. These are independent clauses. So I have a ball. I don't care what other ball you have or another ball, whatever. It's just another ball, right? This is conditional, where one is related to the other. These would be dependent clauses. But anyways, that's too much regarding English. We're not gonna do English. It's fine. You're reading my thing is you're reading into a conditional, but it's more just stated as a form of fact. Independent clauses are stated as a form of fact. They both stand alone on its own, but you can interpret it in any way. You can definitely interpret it in different ways. But they are independent. They're not dependent on each other. When you're using "and" in that manner. Like I learn Japanese and you learn Italian. There's no relation between the two. But there doesn't have to be any relation between the two of them. Let's see. Kaji
家事
no 手伝います。
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 毎日ちゃんと掃除をします。毎日ちゃんと掃除をします。
What does that sound so weird? Oh, wait.
毎日ちゃんと掃除をします。毎日ちゃんと掃除をします。ちゃんとをします。
ちゃんと。毎日ちゃんとをします。Oh, which one? Oh, when you rest in peace? Yeah, what's up? 毎日ちゃんとをします. Oh, there was something here. Wait. 毎日ちゃんと Oh, there it is. 掃除. Oh,
毎
okay.
日ちゃん
Fine.
何
何
山
12
12
1000
1000
8
8
毎日掃除をしますか？毎日
毎日掃除
掃除を
を
し
し
ま
ますすか？
か？毎日掃除をしますか？
Pache reminds me Paz from Portuguese. Okay, okay. The word I knew was requiescat? Requies? Oh, wow. I don't... It kind of reminds me of request, but that's probably not even close to what that is. So that's to rest in peace? It means rest? Oh, okay. I see. Rest. There's also riposa. I see. Gakko no ato something to skudai o shimasu. So sometimes, frequency. What do you got here? Keisatsu, that's the answer. Sensei, oh, do schoolwork with
先生
the teacher. Yes, fair enough. Gakko no
の
ato nani o shimasu ka?
学校の後毎日何をしますか？
Okay. So what do you mainichi, so what do you always do after school? School dai o shimasu. Why does that look so weird? School. No, that. Wait, that's not it. Shuo. Oh, judo o shimasu. Judo. Ah, man, judo just doesn't look right. Judo o shimasu. And then Tenki wa ii desu ne. Okay. Just do judo after school, I suppose. Gakko
の
no
後
ato
宿題
skudai o shimasu. Yeah, do school. Homework. After school.
宿題の後毎日何をしますか？
I see. It reminds you of another verb in Portuguese. Skudai no ato mainichi nani o shimasu ka? What is the response? Kazoku. Kazoku to bangohan o tabemasu. Eat dinner with the family. Sure.
家事を手伝います
Kaji o tetsudaimasu. I help out with chores. I help with chores. Sure.
学校の後何をしますか
Kako no ato nani. Okay, what do you do after school? What do you got? What do you got for me? Itsumo skudai o shimasu. Okay, I always do homework.
毎日家事を手伝います。
I help with kaji every day. I help with chores every day. Okay. How was today's homework? 今
今日
日、school だ。
宿題
宿題、宿題、宿題、宿題。今日の、
今日
今日の宿題、宿、宿、週、no, 週、週、宿、yeah. No, no, 宿、yeah. 宿題は、どうですか？
どうでか
今日の宿題はどうですか？
よく家事を手伝います。
よく家事を手伝います。家事を手伝います。手伝います。よく家事を手伝います。I often help with chores. Moving right along.
毎日ちゃんと掃除をします。
How did I screw this up?
毎日
Oh, I missed
ちゃんと
the noun.
毎日ちゃんと掃除をします。
掃除をします。Okay. Moving right along. We got 3 more lessons, or yes, 3 more lessons, including this for the day. Let's get it. Okay. Okay. I don't know if I need to. Okay.
今
洗濯
を
をしますか？ Okay, that's fine. いろいろな家事があります。Okay. And then忙しいです。Ooh. Kind of cut off. But 忙しい. Short. Very busy. I'm busy. Sorry, not very busy. 毎日誰と with whom ご飯を作りますか？ With whom do you make dinner or to make meals every day? Erika さんは毎週洗濯をします。Just doing it. Just do it. What does this actually say? Erica is going to do laundry tomorrow. Or next week. No, every week. Erica does laundry every week. Okay.
誰と
誰と家事をしますか？ With whom do you do chores? よくどんなご飯を作りますか？
作ります。
What kind of meals do you often make?
誰と宿題をしますか？
誰と宿題をしますか？ With whom do you do homework? Yeah, with whom do you do homework? よく花さんと宿題をします。I often work with Hana. I often do homework with Hana.
いろいろな家事をします。
Okay.
いろいろ
Iroiro
な
na. I heard na. Wait. What?
いろいろな家事をします。家事をします。
Wow, that sounded like Naka. Iroiro nakaji. Nakaji o shimasu. Iroiro na nakaji o shimasu. Or nakaji. Nakaji. Iroiro na kaji o shimasu.
誰と晩ご飯を作りますか？
Dare to. Okay, let's just read this at this point. With whom do you make meals? Or ani to bangohan o sukurimasu. I make dinner with my older brother. Ooh, okay. Sunny. Hare
晴れ
no
の日
wa. Itsumo
いつも
洗濯
洗濯
を
を
し
しま。
ます
毎日父とご飯を作ります。毎日
父
と
とI heard ご飯
ご飯
を
作ります。
作ります。
毎日父とご飯を作ります。
毎日父とご飯を作ります。I make meals with my dad every day. Right? Oh, this phrasing. Right. 今日の宿題は優しいですか？そう。
今日の宿題は優しいですか？
明日の仕事は優しいですか？明日のあと
No.
あと
Wait.
明日の仕事は優しいですか？仕事は優しいあと
Oops.
あとですか？
明日の仕事は優しいですか？ Is tomorrow's work easy? Right.
毎日いろいろな家事をします。
毎日いろいろな家事をします。Okay. I do all sorts of chores tomorrow. Oh, no, not tomorrow. Every day.
よく一人で美味しいご飯を作ります。
Okay.
よく
Yoku. I heard
一
40
人で
day.
時々
Toki-toki. No, no. I don't think
Toki-toki.
it's toki-toki.
よく一人で美味しいご飯を作ります。
美味しいご飯を作ります is what I heard.
美味しいご飯を作ります。よく一人で美味しいご飯を作ります。
I often make tasty meals by myself. On my own. By myself. Okay.
この
この宿題は本当
本
に
当に
優しい
優しい
ですね。
ですね。
明日の仕事は優しいですか？
明日の仕事
Did you really just 仕事 me?
仕事は優しいですか？
Alright. Up and away. 2 more lessons.
そしてお風呂に入ります。
そしてお風呂に入ります. Yeah, to enter the bath.
に入ります。
Even though it says take, I think it's more like going into a bath. Like going, like heading into something. It's kind of what I gathered from my reconnaissance. But take is pretty much the implicit, right? Let me double check. Pretty sure that's what I gathered. Ugh, flashbang. I really need to find... Yeah, enter to get in or go into. Yeah, to go into something. So it's kind of like taking a bath. To go into a bath is what I thought. I was like, oh, okay, maybe this is a very specific use case because it's the knee, right? The knee is was making me feel like, wait a minute. Huh. Anyways, then I will take a bath.
晩ご飯の後、お風呂に入ります。晩ご飯の後、お風呂に入ります。
に入ります. This kind of reminds me of the whole shower o abimasu. The shower o abimasu. In this case, I'm kind of treating it the same way until we get more context for. Obviously, there are other ways to use 入ります. But for now, it's like more or less that at the same time.
晩ご飯の後、お風呂に入ります。
Oh, I forgot this word actually. そして. Oh, そして. That was the word, one of the loose words. I had loose memories on two things. Zoo didn't even come up today. Zoo did not come up again. I still don't know what zoo is. But the loose one is そして. I thought it might have been しそた or something. Like I got, so it's そして. It starts with a soul.
そして
そして晩ご飯を作ります。
作ります。
Just kidding.
そしてストレッチをします。
そしてストレッチをします。Moving right along. お風呂の後。
お風呂
の後。ストレッチをします。Let's go.
毎晩ストレッチをします。
毎晩ストレッチをします。We're getting close to the making sure to do something soon. They're probably going to go over that too. I do some stretches every night. Moving
ち
right
ゃん
along.
とストレッチをします。
There it is.
ちゃんと
ストレッチをしま。
します
I make sure to stretch. Or do some stretches. Not to be confused with I make sure to stretch because stretch is a predicate. And torechi is the noun. I don't know what the word is for to stretch. So you gotta be a little careful about that phrasing too. I make sure to stretch is different from I make sure to do some stretches. Because the predicate is to do, not to stretch. Right? So, この医者の oh.
仕事
仕事はとても大変です。 How does this work? It's so much easier just to read the Japanese sentence now. This doctor's job or work is very difficult. It's very tough.
仕事の後、何をしますか？
仕事の後、何をしますか？ What do you do after work? So, da 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 da. Okay, お姉さんはWhat? 合間はI'm having so hard parsing this. Hold up. I see chew. No, die. What? Why am I having such a hard time with this one? So, One-san wa Aima Harajuku. So Harajuku, there's Harajuku. Aima. I'm being a pep. Why am I'm stuck on this. What the heck is... Because this is Harajuku. Harajuku is a place. Ni sunde imasu ka? Aima? I don't remember that phrase at all. Or I don't know what Haima is. Pep? Yeah, I don't know what that is. Something about Harajuku. Okay. Uchi. Okay, uchi ni kirei desu. Kireimasu. Kareimasu. Kareimasu. I mean, yeah, kareimasu. Kareimasu. Oh my gosh. What am I saying? Uchi ni kareimasu. Kareimasu. Karimasu. Oh my gosh. Oh wow. That's okay. Hold up. Uchi ni kairimasu. Uchi ni kairimasu. Soshite, ofuro ni harimasu. Yeah, harimasu. Oh, this is tripping me up. What does that mean? How do I not know what that is? I mean, it's this one, but still. Kyono shikoto. I was gonna look it up. Kyono shikoto wa totemo taihen desu. The job's rough. Today's work was tough.
宿題の後何をしますか？
あ、宿題、宿題。宿題の後、何をしますか？ What do we got? 今日横浜はとても暑いですね。Is it today Yokohama is also hot, isn't it? Today Yokohama is also hot, isn't it? As opposed to お風呂に入ります。そして寝ます。Oh, okay. Hop into a bath and then go to sleep. I sleep. 今日の宿題はとても大変です。Yeah. Today's homework is tough. It's very tough. とても。Okay. And then now we're saying the same thing. So,
今日の宿題は
本当に大変ですね。
サッカーの後、いつもお風呂に入ります。
サッカーの後、いつもお風呂に入ります。After soccer, I always take a bath or hop into a bath.
今日の宿題は本当に大変ですね。今日の宿題は本当に大変ですね。今日の宿題は本当に大変ですね。
毎晩
ストレッチ。Where the heck is it?
ストレッチ
をします。そしてストレッチをします。
ストレッチをします。
One more.
買い物。
ガーデニングは楽しいです。ガーデニング
What?
ガーデニングは楽しいです。
楽しいです。
楽しいです。
Gardening is fun. 買い物。
音楽は楽しいです。音楽は楽しいです。
Music is fun. Cooking is fun. 料理は楽しいです。Okay. 何？山。買い物。小さい。休み。うちに入ります。そして料理をします。Wait a minute. Oh, I see. Do cooking. 休みの日は友達 とゲーム
ゲーム
をします。うちに入ります。そして、gardening. Oh my gosh. So hard to see. Gardening をします。土曜日はガーデニングをします。
します。
There are a lot of interesting choices. We have 話します to talk, 寝ます sleep, and 飲みます to drink. 買い物をします。doing shopping. そして、うちに帰ります。and returning home. What? What are my choices? Umi? Yeah, it's probably Umi.
海
We have Basu, Chika, which is underground level, and then Kaji, chores. That doesn't look like chores. Umi wa tanoshi desu ka? Yeah. Umi is fun, isn't it? Oh, or not, isn't it? Is the beach fun? Wow, what a question.
買い物の後、家に帰ります。
買い物の後、家に帰ります。After shopping, I return home.
料理をします。
料理をします。Do cooking. 料理の後、何をしますか? What do you do after cooking? Okay. What are you going to do after cooking? On days off, what do you do? That's 休みの日は何をしますか? So, 休みの日は何をしますか? After shopping. 買い物の後。
買い物の
後。ダニエルとうちに帰ります。Oh, wait.
3
Don't forget my honorifics.
とうちに帰ります。
Okay. 買い物の後、ダニエルさんとうちに帰ります。Okay. 休みの日はいつも日本のドラマを見ます。Okay. Well, we really started speeding up things. I think tomorrow's review is going to go pretty short. Like pretty quickly. If we weave in kanji, that might take a little longer. I kind of want to. What are we? Today's day 48. If we can include day 49 and cut into unit 10. So what? Tomorrow, if I push for unit 1, the first half of unit 10, then on day 50, I push for repetition of all the new unit 10 vocab without repetition. Then we do the review on day 51. Okay, that's fair enough. We'll do that. Yeah, the big review day is coming up. Review of section 2 is coming up. Or halfway of section 2. So I gotta do some extra homework. Let's see if I even remember everything. Oh, that's gonna be so much. What is that? It's gonna be 8 units. That's one more unit than last unit. However, I don't have to write. I'm still gonna write all the kanji and all the kana. So that still includes all of unit 1's kana and then all of unit 1's kanji. So it's a little bit more. I think it'll be like an hour and a half more stuff. And they kind of increased the vocabulary by 30%. So it'll be a long one on day 51. It'll be at least 4 pages of stuff. All right, folks, that's a wrap. It was great. It was nice. We had a little bit of discussion. Another aspiring young lad had some interesting life discussions. That's a wrap for day 48. Thank you always for listening, sharing. Always feel free to discuss, talk, complain, what have you. I'm always here to listen, right? Or read, at least. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy. I hope things go well. People get, if you're in a down place, hope you're getting better. Find new ways to enjoy life, you know. Look up. One day at a time. I'll catch you guys on the next one. As always, mata ashita. Ja ne.